Greetings, fellow investigators, and welcome to our video podcast, Into the Darkness, where my friends and I are playing the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game. I'm your host, Thom Raley. The scenario is Saturnine Chalice. It was written by Matthew Sanderson, and is one of our favorite scenarios to run. This is, in fact, our 10th version. I am the Keeper of Arcane Lore, and this is a 4-hour one-shot. That being said, let's begin our journey into the darkness. It's an early March morning in 1928. There is still a bit of snow here and there in the shady places of Arkham, Massachusetts. You are one of 5 university professors about to go on a journey together. You are headed for a conference in Ottawa, Canada, entitled Ancient Civilizations and Their Understanding of Time and Space. You packed your bags for a couple of days. You met at 9 a.m. and you climbed into Professor Robert Bryan's 1920 Packard. It was going to be a long trip. Outside the windscreen, the landscape rolled by. The sun was out, and the conversations of the professors flowed like wine. You guys are in the car. What are you talking about?
I think I'm reading this map upside down. Hold on.
Were we supposed to take the exit like 2 miles back, or are you sure we're in the right way?
Why don't you ask Geo? He was reading the map.
It's all scientific.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. So how you guys doing in the back?
Kind of cramped.
Yeah, might have to open a window back here.
Pardon me. Sorry.
Just can't take you guys anywhere.
So as you're going along around 2 p.m., you come across a small diner. It's named Charlotte's, and it is in a small town of Haverton. There is a gas pump out front, and as you pull in, a young man in a bright, clean uniform comes up to you, and he says, "Fill her up."
Yes, please.
So he starts checking the oil and doing all the things that they used to do at gas stations. And you're welcome to go inside, get a bite to eat.
I will get out of here. This is a little cramped, and I needed some fresh air.
Ready to stretch a bit?
I agree.
That's a good call. Stretch our legs, go get some supplies.
Yes, I need a moment to unlock the secrets of this map.
So you go inside, you have a seat. The waitress takes your orders, and the food smells good. There are a few other people in here, and you have a meal. What do you guys talk about?
So
Curious
the
to ask-
conference. Sorry.
You first, yeah, go ahead.
So at the conference, what do you expect that we will be discussing?
Oh. The chalice
What?
of the Saturnine?
There's several speakers, I believe, who will be presenting, and it should be interesting. I'm not sure how much use it'll necessarily be. There's usually 1 or 2 good ones, and some of the other ones get a little bit tiresome after a while, but
That's true. I mean, I believe there's probably at least lots of Mesoamerican cultures about time and space. Not really my field. I'm more modern history, but yeah, there's probably a danger you will doze off during the afternoon sessions.
Pretty much. I much like reading people's personalities than reading about history. It all happened in the past. That's all I know.
Sure,
We're
we'll be
about to
quite
enter the nexus of science and myth. Could never fall asleep.
Well, it's a very fascinating subject. Cultures all over the world have different metaphysical understandings of the universe, existence.
and the way that in turn leaches into their artwork, their music, and other aspects of what they create is fascinating.
Yeah.
Sorry, speaking of music, I was not at the club on Tuesday night. How did things go, Bob?
We did look for you, Art. You were missed. You were sadly missed. I lost my shirt at poker, but the band was really hot, really, really hot. It was a great night. Hopefully, when we get back, we can pick up where we left off.
Very average, in my opinion. You were Mr. Art.
Well, thank you. I was sorry to miss it. What type of music are you into then, Jean?
Well, I don't mind jazz, but I very much like just opera.
Fascinating.
A man of culture.
Thank you.
Mozart was pretty cool. Marriage of Figaro.
Beethoven is my favorite. I absolutely love Beethoven. Mozart, he has his music, but Beethoven's always usually my number one.
Oh, interesting. Getting to learn a lot about you on this trip, John.
You'll find I am a book of mysteries. Usually my poetry is what I most prefer reading.
You're a poet as well. Interesting.
I love jazz, but I prefer the songs of recordings of crickets. If you've never heard them, I could show them to you. No.
No.
Oh, yeah. I bet in your field you could identify a field cricket, from just the sound. I think,
the connections.
It takes all sorts, gentlemen. It takes all sorts.
Perhaps a damn fine cup of coffee, and we could talk about it. Shall we?
So as you've been sitting there for a while, Professor Geo begins to study the map rather intently.
I'll lift up my coffee cup that the waitress brings me, and there's a ring on the map, and I start studying it like it's a planet ring. Say, here in the rings of Saturn. Off the highway, you take a left here, and we can save hours off of our trip. 10 hours minus 2. I think we can make it in less than 8 hours. What do you think of that? I'm sure I can get us there.
It sounded like a little out of the world with the speech. You said a ring of Saturn?
Yes, don't you know? All the planets are connected by interweaving circles upon circles, forming the tree of life.
Well, I don't think the highways are, but if you think you're reading that one correctly, then I'm quite happy to take a risk. What do you say, guys?
Perhaps someone else should read the maps going forward.
Or we could go with that, Otto.
So back in the car you get after lunch. You're satiated. And you begin driving down the road again. And then you turn off the main highway at the spot where Professor Scarabay has given you the advice to turn. The road that you're now on has very little traffic. For 40 minutes or so, it's smooth sailing. But now here and there are places where it gives way to dirt road for a while, and then it becomes paved again. The color of the pavement even sort of changes as different materials have been used to pave it. It's all fields and hills as far as you can see, and you haven't passed a car for a while. You don't know any longer if you are in upstate New York or if you have in fact crossed into Canada by now. Who's driving?
Be me.
Robert, do a luck roll for me.
Ooh, I missed that by 26.
Okay. Robert, as you're sitting there and driving, the car begins to sputter. It makes some odd noises. It's done that before, but in this case, it's making some odd sputtering. Everybody else to spot hiddens.
It's, at least a success, if not more. Hard success.
Success.
No, that's a hard success for me as well. 16
Okay.
on a 17.
Well, as the car sputters, the three of you look over, and you can see that the gas gauge is riding on empty.
Are you sure that we got gas?
Well,
It looks
yeah.
like it's on empty.
No, I paid the guy.
We've been going that many
Just get a oil
miles.
change instead and not actual gas.
Let's check. There may be a leak on the tank.
As you guys are sitting there, or as you guys are discussing this, the car sputters, it pops, it's puts along, and the engine dies as Robert manages to pull over to the edge of the road. There's a lot of dead grass and little patches of ice and snow that are still under the trees. But yeah, the car stops.
Dang it.
Wunderbar.
Looks like we've gone at least 30 or 40 miles away from the gas station by now.
Well, let's get out and have a look. I'm going to get out and go and have a look at the tank. We'll see if there's any obvious damage.
I'll head around behind the car and see if there's a trail of gas leaking behind us or something.
Okay. So Robert and Brian do spot hiddens for that. What are the rest of you doing?
I am just kind of looking around like,
This is going to ruin our travel time. Let me double check the maps. Maybe I can find another shortcut.
Extreme success on the spot hidden.
Okay.
Just a regular success from me.
Okay. Robert, you don't seem to notice any stains in the road or gas or anything like that. You don't smell gas. Arthur, you also, despite the fact of going and carefully looking back at the road a little ways back, you don't see any evidence of any gas leak. Geo, you are looking intently at the map, and yeah, you're figuring that by now, with the speed you were traveling, which was only about 35 miles an hour, you are 40 miles from the town. Otto, what are you doing?
I guess I'm just walking around like a perimeter. Just
Okay,
out of
walking around
curiosity.
the car.
Yeah.
Jean, you are looking around. Jean, down the road, maybe quarter of a mile ahead, you can see what looks like a wall along the edge of the road. Like maybe there's a fence or a wall. It looks like a stone wall. It's off in the distance. There's trees around it. But you haven't passed any kind of farmhouse or anything out here for quite a while. It looks like the only thing in the neighborhood that might be not natural.
There's a wall further down. You guys see that? I think the
Oh, yeah.
occupants.
Yeah, we'll go and see if they have a phone we can use, or maybe they could help.
Yeah.
George, on that map, can you actually tell where we are right now?
Yes, let me see. Perhaps a navigation. Don't ask me about the map right now.
Well, in truth, out here in this part of the country, it's just a line on a. There's no features listed at all.
I think I saw
Not
an
no Google Maps, is it?
Let me check the road sign. Hold on.
Yeah, no signs on the road.
As soon as we hit the dirt road, I should have taken that and had a look at it. I have a bad feeling that if we call, maybe we can get a ride back to the gas station. We can probably still make the conference. It just won't be in our time frame we expected.
Can't miss the chalice.
This is quite a disappointing turn of events.
Indeed. But hey, best foot forward. Let's go and see if we can get some help. Maps are no more use here. Go and see what we can do. Who's coming with me?
I suppose I should go.
I'll
Into
give
the great unknown.
I'll give Professor Scarabee a dirty look and then head down the.
Right?
It's not my fault these maps are written in Canadian. I requested Egyptian.
It says kilometers. I don't understand.
All right, so it sounds like you guys are going to walk down there.
Yeah, I think all 5 of us.
You walk down the road. It's, like I said, 1/4 of a mile. It takes you only a minute to get down there. You can see it's a fairly substantial wall. Looks like the kind of work done by maybe wealthy people. It's mostly stone, maybe up about 6 feet, and then there's wrought iron above that. I'd like to say all little spikes, but it's not quite that sinister. It's just fancy. It would be really hard to climb over. You can now see that the wall extends for quite a ways. If this is an estate, it's a fairly substantial estate. And as you go along, you finally see a place in the middle where the whole thing opens up and there is a gate. Very fancy, beautiful wrought iron. And emblazoned up above the arch of the gate is the name Wayland. Weyland. Through the gate, you can see a row of trees heading towards what looks like a fancy 2-story, maybe 2-story with a cupola house, and formalesque gardens in there. The gate is closed, but there is no lock on the gate. It's like the kind where you just lift it up and, open.
A historical
Quite luxurious.
I'm sorry, what was your question, Gio?
Was there a placard of who owns it on the gate?
No, just the name Wayland.
It's Wayland. Quite luxurious for so far out from town.
Yeah, it's nothing along this road for miles.
Does it look in...
Otto, going to say something?
And the high walls suggest a high degree of secrecy or security, very peculiar out in the middle of nowhere like this.
Yeah.
What exactly are they worried about?
You never know. Out in the country, it takes a long time for police or anything to respond, maybe. So I guess they... does it look inhabited at all?
As you look towards the house, you can see that the gardens are well kept.
Okay, so it must be someone at least drops in at some point to...
You're kind of limited because you're kind of looking down a little bit of a tunnel of trees before it opens up into the grounds. The only way to see would be to go in and walk up that direction.
Do I see any cars or like tire tracks in the dirt?
You can see, like I say, only a little bit of view of the whole thing. You can tell that it's much bigger when you get into it.
Is it like it's like a dirt driveway through the gate?
It's actually crushed gravel and kind of fancier than you would expect. The wall itself doesn't look in any way industrial. It looks like it was built by somebody who wanted a very beautiful high garden wall going around their property. Keep out the riffraff, maybe.
Well, gentlemen, we can stand here all night or we can go and knock on the door and try to find help.
Very true. I'll go and shoulder the gate.
Yeah, it opens right up. Makes a bit of a creaky noise the way metal gates do. You walk along the path and you come to a place where the path splits. It goes into 2 directions. And you can see now that you cleared the main trees that the estate itself is roughly circular in the way that it's done. There are heavy trees all the way around. You can barely see bits of the wall through the trees, but you're guessing it goes all the way around. Directly ahead of you, the gardens are much more formal. The bushes are carved almost not like topiary, but everything is cut flat, everything is trimmed nicely. There are plants growing, there are rose bushes here and there, and little formal things. And there is a polished like slate walkway going from the road right where you're standing up to the front of the house. Let me give you a look at kind of the map. You are coming up at this from the bottom of the map, and
Someone must live here.
as you are coming up, you can see in the distance going around on the left, there is a barn-like structure, and on the right, there seems to be some sort of, monument or mausoleum. It's made of white marble. It's quite gleaming in the distance. And although you can't quite see it from where you're standing by looking at the map, there is also a well in the back of the garden, in the back of the estate. The house sits in the center.
This is pretty impressive. The gardeners at the Miscue could probably take a few notes from this. Yeah, I'd have to guess it's inhabited. Man, the hours it must take to keep this place going would be considerable. Maybe a retired couple or something?
Very impressive. Very impressive.
The gardeners.
Let's
at
go
Miscue,
and let's go
They
see
know.
who's home.
They must preserve the life of the Colia Petra. But let's see what we can find. We'll scope out that mausoleum if you don't mind.
So, that's, quite a ways in the back. So as you are walking up to the house, you're getting closer. I would like you all to do spot hiddens for me.
Extreme.
Oh, critical
I got a
success.
99.
Ooh.
As a
Oh no. Regular success here.
Anybody get better than regular?
I heard
It's
one
critical.
hard success. Oh, critical. Yeah.
Extreme.
Oh,
0-2.
Oh, nice.
nice. Okay, so those of you who got successes, as you walk up towards the porch, you get the creeps a little bit, and you realize that there is someone inside the room just to the right of the door. They're standing there in the window, staring out at you, and they are as white as a ghost.
Mhm.
Oh,
Looks like a man with a beard.
I did get an extreme spot hidden. I don't know if that picked up.
Yeah.
Just
oh wait, look, there's definitely someone here.
hello.
I think. Yeah, look over there.
The
Hey.
person doesn't move at all. And Geo, it takes you a second to realize it as you're looking closer. But it's not a person, it's a bust,
False alarm.
a statue in that room.
Professor
Odd.
Robert, do you recognize this particular figure?
I do not. I'd assume perhaps it's a member of the Wayland family, perhaps, or whoever lives here. It's quite fine sculpting. You can see by the impressions between the eyes and under the lip there that it's quite fine quality work.
Why in
Yeah,
God's
so
name would
you
you
can
place
see.
a sculpture like that facing out the window, looking out the window? That's very odd.
That is odd. Usually it'd be inside, facing inward to look around.
I know they
It's a
do
very-
have. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say I do know they have some kind of traditions in Europe where they have like the coat stands in the shape of a police officer, so that people think that someone's home. It could be one of those, but I have to have a closer look. I can't make out whether I know the sculptor.
Yeah, you can't really tell because it's in that room. You step up on the porch. What do you want to do? It's a big, beautiful, wooden, fancy door. Gio, are you peeking in the window?
Yeah, I want to get a closer look at the bust through the window.
I want to peek through another window as well. There's like, if we can split up, maybe.
There isn't one on the other side,
Okay.
so there's just that window.
Okay.
There's other windows in the house, but they're not near the front porch.
I want to get a sense of the environment, like bird. Do I hear birds? Do I hear wildlife?
Yeah. It seems like it's a spring day. It's not hot. It's chilly because it's March. It's a little overcast at this point.
Okay.
But yeah, everything seems fine.
Okay.
Gio, as you sort of go up and you look inside, you can see that you're looking into a parlor. There's a fireplace. There's paintings on the wall. There's, places to sit and so forth. And that statue is, right up against the window. It seems, well done. It does kind of look like just a sculpture of somebody.
Does it look dusty in there, or well, dusty?
No, it looks well kept.
Well, let's knock on the door.
Before we do that, perhaps let me offer a suggestion. Maybe I'm just getting a bit of a weird feeling from this place. Is it worthwhile considering that maybe we just have a peek in the barn quickly? If they had gasoline on site, that's probably where it would be. We could. I've got a $20 bill. I could leave there, and we could maybe borrow their gas, hike back, fill up the car, and drop their gas can off on the way back.
You don't think that's a little rude to just take someone's gasoline without their permission, or I mean, you compensated them, but it doesn't seem.
But that may very well strand them.
In all, yep. I think that's a capital idea. Art. I think we should go and check out the. We might be able to save these people a whole lot of time and inconvenience, and be on our merry way.
Science will not wait.
Indeed.
You're serious? That is very rude.
What do you want to do, Sean?
Otto, what about you? Well, Otto,
you're all now standing up on the porch talking.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Otto, you don't think that's rude to just take someone's belongings without them knowing? I mean, you're offering payment, yes, but you don't think that's...
Well,
under the circumstances, I would think that the people, the occupants here, would understand our dilemma. Doesn't look like anybody's home.
Right.
We're going to compensate them well. Everything's fine. Relax. Joan,
let's just
relax.
let's just do a quick knock, and then we'll go do...
Okay.
If no one answers, then I'll go along with this. Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense, Sean.
So you
No
go
long
over and
conversations.
you knock on the door. Most immediately there is an answer from inside. You hear a man's voice. He sounds like he might be old. He says, "Oh, I didn't expect you so soon. Open the door. I'll be with you in a moment."
If it's the same face as the bust, then it's this.
Did he say he wasn't expecting us so soon? I'll say to the other characters.
Yes,
characters.
that's what he's saying.
I
That's
think
what he said.
did.
Been expecting someone else.
We might not be who he's expecting. Maybe he has company coming.
I'll go and say, "So this, sorry to interrupt you, and I don't believe we might be the company you're expecting."
Then just a moment. I'm a bit indisposed. You hear a sort of a rattling sound, maybe a metallic rattling sound. You hear the floors are all wood, so you can kind of hear the sound of feet on wood, and then rather brisk stepping towards the door, and the door opens, and there is a man who is dressed very much like you would say a butler would dress, in a suit and a bow tie. He's an older man, maybe in his 60s, maybe a little older even. And he's brushing himself off as he opens the door, and he says, "Oh, I'm sorry. We're expecting guests for later. My name is Jeremy Linwood. I'm the butler." And you can see behind him that there is a ladder in the middle of the foyer. And it looks like he was up on the ladder dusting the chandelier that's up above. And he says, please, may I ask what's the matter?
Me and my patrons here, we are up the street. We need gasoline. Is it possible you might have some? We can compensate you for we're in a bit of a hurry.
Oh, well, of course. Why don't you come inside?
Well, we don't mean to take your time. If you need to get ready for company.
Oh, it's quite all right. We're having a bit of a do tonight, but it's still hours away. Please come inside to come out of the cold.
My compliments on your grounds. The gardens are quite fantastic, very beautiful.
Oh, thank you. Yes, we try to maintain everything. It's quite a labor of love.
And who do you work for, sir?
Oh, that would be Mr. Augustine Wayland.
Yes, I saw the name on the above the gate.
Yes, this is his estate. Me and my wife work here. We're live-ins.
Is he present? Perhaps we
Oh,
should be
he's
talking to
here.
him.
He's here with his daughter. They're preparing for the party tonight. Please come inside. You step inside, and he says, "Why don't you make yourselves comfortable? Come into the parlor." And you literally go inside, and you turn the corner. There's a hallway going down. You can see it goes to other rooms. There's what looks like another direction it goes, where there's probably a bathroom. You do see that there is a niche in the wall where it looks like there's kind of an old-fashioned telephone, the kind that looks really fancy. He says, "Please come inside. You say you've run out of gasoline. That's terrible. What, out on the road? It's a long way from Haverton."
Yeah, so
It is.
we had the wrong map.
I'll look at him.
Yeah, Mr. Linwood. Actually, while we have you, there might be something else you could help us with. Is if you wouldn't mind having a look at the map, if you could tell us about where we are. We were a little nervous that we'd gotten off track. Our companion Geo's map reading skills, perhaps.
Well, yes, of course. And all the while, he's of course taking you in to the parlor. I would like, tell me what order you guys are in. Who's gone in first? Who's gone in last?
I went in first because I was the one and
you
knocked.
knocked.
Yeah.
Arthur's been talking a lot, so I think he's up there with Sean right behind him, maybe.
Okay.
Same.
I'm hesitated to go in, so I'm probably last.
Okay. So yeah,
Okay.
Otto, you've done nothing more than just step in through the doorway.
Seems rather odd.
You all go into the parlor. The parlor is a very nicely appointed parlor. There's a fire going in the fireplace. There's some small bookshelves. There's a place. There's a couch. There's a few beautiful red leather armchairs. Looks like there's a place where where you'd sit and smoke a cigar or a pipe. And there's that statue on a pedestal that's turned looking outward. Otto, I would like you to do a spot hidden, though.
Success.
Okay. So
In fact, that's a hard success, actually.
okay, I'll get back to that in a second. As you step into the parlor, he says, "Please, gentlemen, make yourselves comfortable. I'll tell Mr. Wayland of your plight, and we'll see if we can get you some gasoline for your vehicle."
Thank you very much, Mr. Linwood.
I will send my wife, Rosemary, to see if you'd like anything, coffee, tea, a refreshment.
That's very kind of you.
He gives a little bit of a bow, and he goes out the door, and he turns to the right and goes. You can hear his footsteps going along. So at the moment you're in the room by yourselves, Otto is still in the hall making his way here. What do you guys want to do?
The first
Can't
thing I
resist the
will
book.
be, sorry.
I was gonna say I can't resist the bookshelves. I'm going for those. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm gonna say, see, it doesn't hurt to just do a little knock, and you see, we can get compensation like that without any conflicting.
We'll see what Mr. Wayland has to say. It's like some kind of weird hunting lodge kind of thing. I'm gonna go and check out those books.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There aren't many books. It's more knickknacks and things like that. But there are some interesting texts. Arthur, one of the things that you notice when you're looking is there is something that looks, I don't know, you're surprised to see it. You wouldn't be surprised to see it at Miskatonic, but there is a book by Aleister Crowley concerning esoteric magic and things like that. You look inside, and it's on the magic associated with magic squares.
This is quite a bit off the beaten path.
Sigils. Otto, as you've walked into the front hall and you're heading towards the parlor, which is literally just a few steps, you've gone by the ladder, sort of sidestepped out of the way, and in the process you kind of looked up. You can see the dusting made out of feather, the feather duster that's up there, and you notice that the chandelier is on. It's electric. You think back, you did see electric lines coming out in this direction along the road. It's fairly well cleaned. He was in the middle of doing that. You can see the switch on the wall to turn it off and on. It's one of the old-fashioned kind of dial switches that they used to have a long time ago. And that's about the time that you notice that although it's hanging from a chain, a decorative chain to the ceiling, that the electrical cord that usually runs up the middle of the chain is broken. You can see the frayed wires that are sticking out there. It's not really obvious, but maybe there's another, maybe that's an old cord, but for the life of you, you can't see any other cord going up into the ceiling.
And the lights are lit?
The lights are lit. They're glowing brightly.
The power cord seems to be
broken. Meanwhile, back in the library, what are the rest of you doing?
Is there any other art pieces by chance?
There's a few nondescript paintings on the wall. landscapes, things that look like, I don't know, the kind of stuff that rich people might buy without ever knowing that it's a good artist or a famous artist or anything like that. You don't see anything noteworthy.
Browsing those.
There does seem to be a bit of a theme, however, to the content. Looks like Mr. Wayland likes semi-religious, biblical sort of scenes. There's one of maybe like the angel wrestling with Jacob and things from the Bible.
Are there any family pictures?
No, there's no family pictures in here. There's just the big statue.
Interesting.
I want to approach the knob for the light, try to dim it and see what happens.
Okay. Nothing happens.
So I turn down the light, just
Keeps going.
Any portraits of Joseph in the Bible?
Not that you can easily identify. Yeah, no.
I'll just be looking for him then. Looking at all the pictures.
About that time, you hear more feminine footstep coming down the hallway, and a woman steps in. She's also an older woman. She is dressed in a housekeeper's uniform, and she carries with her a tray with some glasses and like a little carafe of water. And she says, "Hello, gentlemen. I'm Rosemary. My husband said that your car broke down or you ran out of gasoline. I thought I'd bring you some water. Is there anything else I can get you?"
You have any coffee?
I can make coffee. Yes, certainly.
That's very kind of you. Thank you very much for your hospitality.
But do you need any help, man?
Oh no, I'm fine. Thank you.
Ma'am, I couldn't help but notice, but that wire there above the chandelier is a bit frayed. You might want to fix that. It's could be a fire hazard.
Oh, I'll tell my husband.
Yes.
We're not in your way, are we, Rosemary? We kind of barged in here. I know you are getting ready for a big to-do tonight.
Yes, I've been cooking away in the kitchen. No, we're fine. You're not in our way at all. Besides, it's very important to us that anyone who's ever needs something or is in distress, as the Bible says, we should always lend a hand. And we are happy to have you here.
Oh, thank you.
Would you like anything to eat? Anything to eat while you're here? I could bring you some bread, I have some little lemon cakes.
Lemon cakes.
You're very kind.
Lemon cakes sound really good.
Okay.
I want to scan the room. Are there any typical signs of religiosity? Bibles, crosses on the walls, things like that?
Yeah. Some interesting things. There is definitely a cross. It looks more Catholic than Protestant. It's got a corpus on it, the body of Jesus hanging. You also notice, now that you look around, that some of the knickknacks do seem to have religious overtones. There's some I don't know, you guess. You can do a history or a art roll.
Oh, yes, please. Oh, no, 94. Not a chance.
Failed.
Well, then you can tell that some of them are religious artifacts.
Yeah.
06.
Oh, nice. Yeah, you recognize a definite overtones of religious artifacts, things that you might find. There's like a little set of bells that you think the Catholic priests use for communion and things like that you find. but also interspersed with some Jewish stuff and some maybe even Muslim stuff. I don't really know what kind of artifacts they have, but
I
yeah.
would like to just say to her before she goes, righteousness tendeth to life. Joseph.
She smiles at you and she says, yes. And she says, I'll go get you some lemon cakes.
Thank you.
She walks away. I'll look to the others and say, and evil pursueth his own death.
That's good and fine, but there's literally a book by Aleister Crowley over there on magic squares and such. They seem to have quite a open mind towards a variety of different belief systems.
I was seeing biblical with all the paintings hanging around.
And yet no Egyptian.
Arthur, do a spot hidden.
That's a good one. It's a 38. I can spend 3 points to make it a hard.
You don't need to.
Okay, yeah, the regular success.
So you're near the statue when you're looking at the books and so forth, and you're talking for a moment about Aleister Crowley, and something about the statue sort of catches your eye. And when you sort of move yourself to where you can see the front of the statue, there seems to be this carving or scratch into the statue on the breast. And for all intents and purposes, based on what you've guessed and what you've seen of the Aleister Crowley book, you think that it is a sigil of some sort, a magical sigil.
Oh my goodness. That might be one to, well, I almost hesitate to show it to George because it might send him off careening into different theories, but I think perhaps I will step away from it and beckon the others over. If you have a moment, have a look at the front of the statue.
But that's the statue that's facing out the window.
Okay.
Yeah, it has a magical mark on it.
Okay. I'll take a look. I'm quite familiar with such folklore and things.
Yeah, okay. I'd be curious to see what you think, Bob.
No, have a look, Art. 2 seconds.
Why don't you do an occult or folklore or something related, or even literature if you've read Aleister Crowley's book?
Regular success, 43.
Okay.
I'm pretty good at my occultism.
So it's interesting that Crowley's book is there, because Crowley's book deals with magic squares. And classically, magic squares are called kamiya. That's what they're normally called. And the kamiya are all different based on different elements of the, what we would say the periodic table now.
Yeah.
The color of the statue and the substance that it seems to be partly composed of, you're going to guess is lead. It's an almost white, grayish metal. So you grab Crowley's book and you open it up and you find the kamiya for Saturn, which is the one that's associated with the element lead. And there is a way to take a sigil and figure out what the sigil is for based on the kamiya. So this is the kamiya of Saturn. And you'll see the square up above with the numbers written in it. Now, what's interesting about magic squares is that if you add the numbers together in any direction, they're the same. So in this case, you can see that up and down, side to side, and diagonally, they always add up to 15. So the way you create a sigil, and those correspond to an alphabet, which you see down at the bottom. The way that you create a sigil is you put the sigil into the magic square like this. And the way it works is the circle is the first letter, and the little bar is the last one. So reading the sigil, it would be 51259. And once you've got 51259, you can see that you can look down in the table and see which letters correspond to those numbers.
Sorry.
And from that point, it's just a matter of kind of putting it together. Since the first number is 5, then the letter has to be E, N, or W.
Oh.
You can't tell what the word is from that. So the second one is the number 1. So it's going to be A, J, or S. When you look at it then, you can see that you're starting to put together the combination of letters that go together. And very quickly you'd figure out that the word is water.
Oh.
For that particular, for the example. This is the example. So now, this is the one that you see on the statue. Can you figure out what the word is?
So we start on 5.
Can I just roll dice?
Like 6.
No, you start on 6.
Oh yeah, sorry, we start on 6. I was started 6 to 2. 1, 2.
OBA, OKA, or OTA.
Looking at that with the following 2, we can guess that that one is another all consonant. So the 1 is almost got to be the A. So the 2 could be, but what's OT spell? Let's say BAT, so bat. 335 at the ending is almost got to be CLE at the end, because I don't think there's much else that would work. There's no way maybe the U could be LUW, but the CLE is something that I could see.
Clearly not spelling another L.
I know the word. The word is obstacle.
Obstacle.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Correct. So it has the Chemia Saturn with word, the sigil for obstacle.
And that's that statue's facing out the window, kind of near the front door, right?
Correct.
What's the significance of obstacle?
Usually these are very personal to the creator. Maybe they wrote it somewhere else as well.
Well, ancient civilizations, superstitious people would put signs or markers with sigils as some sort of defense mechanism from spirits, enemies.
Yeah, it could be a door ward or something like that. Something to repel.
Ward, yes, to repel something.
Yeah. Very unusual for upstate New York.
Now, what that has to do with us getting gas and leaving, I'm not entirely sure.
Very true. I must admit, I find myself being a little bit taken away with this and forgetting our true objective being here.
After a few moments, Jeremiah returns and he says, "All right, gentlemen, I've spoken with Mr. Wayland, and he deeply apologizes that at the moment he can't join you. He's busy, as I say, preparing. It's a rather special night tonight. But he says that I'm to do anything to assist you. He said there may be gasoline out in the barn, and if not, we can certainly call and have them bring some gasoline out."
That is most kind, Linwood. Thank you so much. We don't want to put you out, so if you're okay with it, we can go over to the barn and fetch it for you.
Well, I'll walk with you. Otherwise,
your wife did mention lemon bars.
Yes, she should bring those anytime now. Also, the Mr. Whalen considers you guests unexpected, but he says unexpected guests are the best kind. He's a rather religious man. He believes that everything happens for a reason, and he says that we are to show you all the hospitality in our house. You are welcome to look in the library, which is the next room over. There's a restroom. He only asks that you don't come upstairs. That's where they're preparing. He doesn't want anything to happen.
We just appreciate the hospitality very much, and thank you again.
If I may ask, Lynn, what's the occasion?
Yeah.
Well, he could explain it much better than I. Let me give it a go. His daughter, Veronica. You see, he and Veronica have been very much into the esoteric arts. And for some time now, they have been following a special program of prayers and fasting, if I'm to understand it correct, in preparation for a kind of religious operation that they are going to attempt to do. The name escapes me at the moment. However, it's something that they've been preparing for quite a while, and tonight we are celebrating the moment before Miss Veronica begins the formal part of the
Understood.
ritual.
If you don't mind me prying, could I ask what faith they belong to?
Well, I wouldn't really say any particular faith, but if you were to choose one, it would be Judeo-Christianity.
Right. How about that gasoline?
Yes. Perhaps we should just be on our way. And
yeah, I think that's probably best. Get out your hair. You got a lot going on.
If you don't mind, I would like to take a step into the library.
Yes, of course, please make yourself at home.
Oh, thank you.
Who's going to go with him then out to the barn? Okay. All of you except for Jean?
I'll stay with Jean.
Okay, so Arthur and Jean are going to go into the library. Geo, do a spot hidden for me.
Ooh, not too good. That's a fail.
Okay. All right. So Jeremiah and the three of you go out the front door and you start to walk towards the barn. There's kind of a little formal walkway path going through the garden towards that direction. You can see that it looks like it was originally an old horse barn, but it doesn't look like they've had horses for a long time. Part of it is closed with big barn doors on the side. And as you were going, I would like the three of you to do spot hiddens again. Lots of spot hiddens in this game.
Success.
The extreme success.
I'm too busy looking at bugs.
So, Otto and Robert, you're getting a look now at the house kind of as you're walking away from it. You can see that it's 2 stories high. There's a little cupola on top. It's you're not sure if it's Edwardian or Victorian in style or what. So out you go towards the barn. Otto, I forget who passed. Otto and Robert, I think, passed.
Yep.
You can see the shape of the house, and you can see it around the side. I guess it would be around the left side of the house. You can see a door what would go in maybe to the kitchen, kind of the back door, kitchen door. You can also see another structure, house-like, much smaller, that seems to be attached to the general layout. But it gives you the strong impression that that house and the main house have been connected internally. They've built a partition between. I think maybe the guest quarters. I mean, not the guest quarters, the servant quarters in the back. It's much more humble looking than the main house. But on the ground, maybe 5 feet from the back door, you distinctly see a pit. The pit has been dug out of the ground. It's only maybe 4 feet across. And it doesn't look deep because it's kind of heaped up in the middle with what look like ashes, like a burn pile, you would guess. And you don't really think about it because, I mean, you see it, you notice it, but it's definitely something that sometimes out in the country you do find that they'll burn their waste rather than they don't have garbage men that come and pick it up. You walk on, you get to the barn, and you head towards the part with the doors that are closed. And there's a lock, but the lock isn't locked. The lock is just kind of turned to keep it from swinging open. Jeremiah just twists it and he pulls it off and he opens it up. And as he opens it up, there is a stunningly beautiful silver cloud Rolls Royce that is there in the barn. It's a little dusty. You can see that there are tools and repair things here and there on the wall in case something breaks down. And you can see in the dark back of the barn, you can see a number of piles of gasoline tins that are kind of piled up there. And there is a square just opening going into the rest of the barn, probably to where the horse stalls are, even though, as I say, there's no horses. There is the smell. There's kind of that musty, mildewy sort of smell that you get from old hay and so forth. It's not a hay barn, and it looks like they've just been using it to park the rolls. And he says, well, let's see. I think the tins are here in the back.
Thank you very much. Nice car.
Oh, yes. We used to go out quite a bit in the older times, but we haven't done much lately. Groceries are delivered. So we just, Mr. Wayland and his daughter have very little need of going out.
So I was just going to ask whether it was the weather that kept you in, but
they love their reading and their studying, and they seem to be in a world of their own.
Well, let's get that. Let's have a look at those cans. Let's go and see what's up with those cans.
So Robert and Jeremiah are heading towards the cans. Otto and Geo.
I want to look inside the car. That's pretty nice.
Okay. Otto, do a spot hidden, and Geo.
I want to see if the door's locked on it.
The door is not locked.
Fail on my spot hidden.
How'd you do, Geo? Or what are you doing, Geo?
So just out of curiosity, while Jeremiah is distracted, I kind of wanted to take a look in the burn pit because I could use my sciences to sort of see if there's anything interesting burnt there recently.
So you want to go back toward the burn pit is?
Was it far?
Well, it's all the way back at the house.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. I'll take a look in the car too. I'll just help him out.
Okay. Do a spot hidden.
57. I'll spend 7 luck.
Okay.
That's annoying.
So Otto, as you look into the car, what you can see is that, there's not a thick layer of dust, but there's definitely some dust. Like he says, it doesn't look like they take it out very much. Maybe they wipe it down every once in a while, but it's definitely been sitting here for a bit. Geo, as you are looking into the car, you're kind of seeing the same thing. You're seeing dust, but something catches your eye, something up towards the front. There is we're going to assume there's a rear view mirror. And in the rear view mirror, you're seeing a reflection of the other side of the inside of the car and out the window. And there is something on the other side of the car. It's black and it's shapeless, and it looks like a person under a blanket. It seems to have long, white, stringy hair poking out. And as you're looking, it sort of lifts itself up and looks at you. And there are these sort of lights coming out of its eyes. I'd like you to do a sanity roll.
71 is not enough. Get a 65.
Okay.
I'll spend 6 luck to not go insane.
Oh, you don't want to go insane. Why are you playing this game? I mean, you can do that if you want. You're going to take 1 point of damage and sort of jump as this is going on. And of course, Otto, you notice Geo suddenly jump back like he's seen something.
Well, what's with you, man? You see something?
Just such a beautiful car. I'm just outside of the barn.
Yeah, perhaps you should get some fresh air.
It's the gasoline fumes.
Geo, you said you stepped outside of the barn?
Yeah, I'll take a step into the fresh air.
Do a spot hidden for me.
That's a regular.
Regular. As you're sort of recovering from the shock of seeing something, you see a rather brilliant little flash of orange down at the ground. And as you look down, there is a large beetle about the size of your thumb that is crawling along, like right on the edge of the wood of the barn. And it seems to be, it probably doesn't even see you. It's heading kind of in your direction. Because you like bugs, you rather fearlessly reach down and let the little guy climb onto your hand. And you can immediately identify it. It is fairly common in New England, and it is Nicophorus americanus, the American corpse beetle. They lay their larvae in dead bodies.
There was no graveyard we passed by, so I'll take a mental note of that and set the bug back down after a while. Don't want to disturb the wildlife too much, but I'll make the sign of the cross and just say, protection from the scarabs. I see. What I saw must have just been an illusion, yes.
So, Robert, you've stepped back into the back where the tens are, and you and Jeremiah, you haven't really noticed this going on because it's happening kind of behind your backs now. You're facing into the barn. One by one, you sort of pick up the tins, and no liquid sound of any kind. And Jeremiah's like, "Oh dear," he says, "We haven't taken the car out in a while. Perhaps there's some in the tank, but I don't know if we have anything that we can siphon it out. We'd certainly be willing to do that. We could always get gas for ourselves later if we needed it."
That's very helpful. I think all we need is a length of pipe from my primitive understanding of such matters.
You look around.
Yeah, have a look.
Well, why don't you do a spot hidden for me?
So,
Yeah, regular success.
So, assuming meanwhile I'm still looking inside the car.
Uh-huh.
What's this? I mean, how long has it looked like it? How long has it been sitting there? Based, like, how much dust? I mean,
I don't know. You'd guess a year or two, maybe. You know,
so
it's hard to tell. You don't know how dusty it is out here, but out in this barn, maybe not even that long, but yeah, it could have been here for a couple of years.
And his story was that they stopped driving it because
they get their groceries delivered, and
they're all bookworms around here.
So, Robert, you passed. As you are sort of looking around for a hose or something to siphon it out, you're standing near the place where you can see into the rest of the barn. And as you look over, you see something in the darkness back over there move, and it starts to move out of one of the stalls and into the sort of little hallway that you're facing into. It's hunched over. It's covered in torn, like white, dirty, filthy cloth. And it suddenly comes rushing forward. And before you can really react, it looks like an old woman, except that she's moving very menacingly. She has claws instead of fingers. And as she comes up, she sort of screeches at you, opens her mouth, and her mouth is filled with jagged-looking fangs. You can do a sanity roll. She howls at you.
Oh, I've passed that very well. Thank you very much.
Okay. Still do a 1d4.
Of course, thank you very much. 3.
You react by yelping rather loudly, and you take a step back away from her, and you hit all of the tins of the empty tins of gasoline, which come clattering down. You can do a dex roll to see if you fall backwards.
Oh, this is going to be good. Wow, 26. No, I did it nearly an extreme.
So your hand goes through the cans. They're all going everywhere. You pull yourself back. You yell. Jeremiah jumps back from you. All the rest of you suddenly jump because of Robert's yelp. And maybe in all of that, Robert, you blink and there's nothing there. And Jeremiah is immediately, "My goodness, sir, are you all right? Did you lose your balance? Did you fall?" And he's trying to sort of help you steady yourself.
Thank you, Jeremiah. I saw something. I thought I saw a woman. came at
woman,
me.
sir.
Yeah.
He sort of
she's
looks into
gone.
that part of the barn. He says, there's no woman here except for my wife and Veronica.
Yeah, I'm totally confused. Maybe I need some fresh air. Maybe it's the fumes in here.
Well,
What's the commotion back there?
Otto, I must be being affected by the fumes or something. I thought I saw a woman come leaping out with like long fingernails and scared the crap out of me. And I looked up and she'd gone. I think maybe the fumes in here, they got paint thinners or something. They
Well,
must have like
you should join Scarabee outside. He's also getting some fresh air. He seemed spooked earlier as well. He was looking to the car.
It's breathing exercises.
Jeremiah has become concerned. So he immediately is like, perhaps we should go back inside. I'll call the gas station and have them bring out the gasoline.
That would be
I don't think
brilliant.
that we're going to find anything in here.
Thank you, Jeremiah. But would it be rude of me to ask whether you had a small whiskey?
The whiskey, sir?
Something to steady the nerves, medicinal purposes.
Well, I mean, we've got tea and we've got coffee.
Coffee will be fine. Thank you.
And you guys start walking back to the house. By the way, you guys noticed that Geo has been playing with a bug outside.
Yes. Talking to it.
Bright orange, black bug.
You okay, Geo?
It's just the road madness. You know how it gets on long drives.
What freaked you out?
I'm just afraid of cars. You know how it is. Perhaps we
not
could,
really. No.
Perhaps I could show you this wonderful beetle. This is known as the American corpse beetle.
Okay, I'll stop you there. I don't want to know anything more about corpses right now. Okay, I've had corpses up to the wazoo.
Good sir. So how many people are currently living in this house? You mentioned your wife, Mr.
My
Wayland,
wife,
his daughter.
myself. That's it. 4 of us.
There's no Mrs. Wayland?
Mrs. Wayland passed away quite a long time ago. In fact, she passed away giving birth to Veronica.
Tragic.
And he looks out towards the mausoleum on the other end of the property.
Make a mental note not to go out there.
That's where she was. Right. Okay.
So as you're going back now, you can see that pit that's there near the kitchen. Did you now want to sort of detour a little and go over
I'll
there?
let them go ahead of me and I'll just give it a peek.
Okay.
Oh, yes, that's an extreme, I believe. Archaeology is, I'll spend 3 to make an extreme. Why not?
Okay. Well, at first you were thinking that it might just be a burn pit where they burn some of their burnable stuff. But you begin to notice that there are things in the burn pit that they seem, you can see that there is bits of white linen cloth that have managed to not completely burn. You can see that there are pages from books that have managed also not to completely burn. They're mostly burned. You can see what look like bits of paper that may have had something written on them, something other than text, like symbols or things like that. Knowing your history and knowing archaeology, for a lot of different religious types, you can't throw away religious items. For instance, like in the Catholic Church or the Greek Orthodox Church, if there's anything that's been used in the church, then you can't throw it away in the garbage when it wears out, because that would be sacrilegious. So you burn it. This looks like a place where they would burn anything that wears out, an old religious book, a prayer book, a robe, a cloth that was used for some ritualistic purpose. That's what it looks like they've been burning in the pit. And nothing that would look like garbage. No animal parts, no things like that. By now, then you catch up with the others and you go inside. But while that was all going on, let's go back inside. You got the other two, you've stepped into the library. Now, it's a very nicely appointed library. There is a fireplace. There are books lining the wall. And above the fireplace, there are 5 portraits that were painted. The one in the center is largest, and it depicts a gentleman who looks very much like the statue, only with colors. He's not all white, obviously. Very distinguished looking, dressed in a suit, perhaps, maybe in his 50s in the picture. The kind of thing that wealthy people would have painted. And to his right, the next portrait is a little smaller, but still fairly large, is a beautiful woman, maybe comparable in age, maybe a little younger, maybe 40s, maybe 45, maybe even early 40s. She's dressed in a beautiful formal gown. She's got beautiful long blonde hair and a smile on her face. And next to that, once again on the right, is a wedding picture. Wayland and the woman are much younger. They are dressed in their wedding attire. She's in a beautiful white gown, and they are on their wedding day. It's obviously a wedding picture. Now, to the left of Wayland's picture, there is a much younger woman. She looks like she's maybe, 14, 15 years old. Very, very pretty, in a very pretty dress with long blonde hair. And the family resemblance is kind of obvious to the other two. And the final picture on the left is a picture of Mr. Wayland and his daughter. And in that picture, she looks like she's maybe 17, 18, 19, 20, somewhere in there. She looks very, very lovely for her age. So father, mother, father and mother, daughter and father and daughter. One thing that's missing, of course, is there is no picture of father, mother, and daughter.
Or daughter and mother.
Or daughter and mother, right? This room also has some interesting art. One of the pieces is a framed woodcut, and the framed woodcut looks like this. Very old, 14th, 15th century, you would guess. If you have art, you can do a roll. See if you can identify it.
Switch back there. You know what? I think I failed. Yes, that is a fail. I don't think I want to spend the luck on it.
Okay.
I got a 5. Like, I can try it. No.
It looks like an astrologer, or some kind of astronomy.
Yeah, some sort
Mm.
of ancient medieval magician.
It almost looks like it could be explaining like an eclipse of some kind, because he's holding up Earth to a sun and a moon. It could be used to demonstrate maybe where he placed it or held it.
Very interesting. Uh, the
So as
books is there a certain theme with the books hanging in the each one of the shelves? Is it just like all kind of just intermixed? There's history mixed in, and then there's corner with like biblical stuff, and then there's like another corner that'd be like maybe biology or anything like that.
well, there's no science, but there's definitely a lot of religious texts, a number of Bibles. There's a bound Quran, and other things. It's not the only theme. There's a lot of other extracurricular books that were written by scholars here and there about visions, about angels, about things like that. A few of the books are setting on the table in the center. And there is, at one end of the room, there is a large lectern. It looks like it's shaped like an eagle with its arms outstretched. So you come around the back side of it, and on that lectern, you can see there looks like a very large, family Bible, that kind of a book.
Is it possible Mr. Whalen did preaching of some kind, or I don't know, how mobile would the lectern be?
I don't know.
Do you want to go over and move it?
I'd love to investigate it anyways. It's curious.
Okay.
Rather open-minded.
You go up towards the lectern, and the lectern looks like this.
You see what I see?
It looks like with the marble statue in the living room.
Indeed, another magic square message. Now, what would the eagle hold? Arthur is loving that he stayed in the library now. It's another puzzle.
Oh yeah, with puzzles.
79165.
799-165.
Yeah.
This is fantastic, is it not?
Oh yeah, definitely.
I wonder if they have these things scattered all around the house. Reasonable to conclude that the last two would be ON. I'm almost tempted to put the S with it as well, something sun, but it's not yielding any results on the front.
Prison.
Indeed, you are right.
Yeah, you are correct, yeah.
Well, that's rather ominous.
And the book on the lectern is, in fact, a very large Bible with two bookmarks, big velvet bookmarks that have marked passages in the text.
What were they? So like, is it like the book's shut and then you open up the bookmark, it will show like whatever page they were on last?
Correct.
Is it okay to open that?
Yeah. You want to open it? All right.
Yeah.
The first one that you open to is this particular passage.
Genesis chapter 3:22, and the Lord said, "Behold, the man is become as one of us to know good and evil, and to know lest he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life and eat and live forever. Therefore the Lord sent him forth from the Garden of Eden to till ground from whence he was taken. So he drove out the man, and he had placed the east of Garden of Eden cherubims, flaming sword, which turned every way to keep the way a light tree of life." Sounds sort of like close to the same tree of forbidden knowledge that Adam and Eve might have messed with.
Yeah.
This is the part about Adam and Eve being cast out.
Yeah.
The second passage, when you turn to that, is this one, Book of Ezekiel.
Ezekiel chapter 1. And I looked, and behold, a whirlwind came out of the north, a great cloud, and a fire unfolding itself. And brightness was about, and out of the midst of thereof is a color of amber. Out of the midst of the fire, also out of the midst thereof, came the likeness of 4 living creatures, And this was their appearance. They had the likeness of a man, and everyone had 4 faces. Everyone had 4 wings, and their feet were straight feet, and the sole of their feet was the sole of a calf's foot, and they sparkled like the color of burnished brass. And they had hands of a man under the wings on their 4 sides, and 4 had their faces and their wings. Their wings were joined by one to another. They turned not when they went every one straight forward, as of likeness their faces. They 4 had the face of a man, the face of a lion, and on the right side they had the face of an ox, and on the left they also had 4 also had the face of an eagle. Thus were their faces, and their wings were stretched upward to wings of every one, were joined to one to another, and 2 covered their bodies. They went every one straight forward where their spirit was to go. They went, and they turned not when they went.
I am not
Sounds like
much
a
of a
chimera to
theologian.
me. Sort of a chimera, maybe. But
As you now look around and you think about the things that are in the room, there are a lot of things in the room that are associated, it seems, with angels.
Okay.
About this time, the others come back inside. Jeremy seems very concerned with Robert, and he sees he can hear that you guys are now in the library. So he brings Robert and Gio and Jean to the library. However, Gio, do a spot hidden for me.
Sorry, guys. That's
Nope.
big fail.
That's cool. All right.
Are we ready to go?
Yeah, so we get the gas. Are we ready to roll?
I'm afraid, sirs, we were unable to find any gas, but I will go now and call. I'll call Haverton and tell them to send gas. Sam is the proprietor at that shop. I'll have him bring some out to help you.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
In the meantime, please make yourselves comfortable. I'll send. You'd said something about coffee, I believe.
That would be absolutely fantastic if you could.
Excellent. And so he goes.
Jean decoded another one of those magic squares over here. Look at in the library, that lectern. It appears these messages are hidden throughout the house. This is
a Bible.
I'll come and check it out and see what I can find.
It's remarkable. And
there's some strange stuff over at the garage and the barn. I don't know whether it's paint fumes or something, but there's something over there, some like, I don't know, it's pesticides to keep all the gardening trim. But I swear I saw a figure come lunging at me while I was in there, and it just disappeared.
Robert,
also
spot hidden. Robert,
You saw this also.
Oh
I saw
no,
the
missed
same
by
thing.
a mile.
Otto, spot hidden.
Failed.
Oh, okay.
So what do you mean you saw something lunge towards you? Was it like
Jeremiah, an animal?
person or animal?
No. We're in the barn. Jeremiah said, "Go and have a look at the gas cans and see where we were shaking all these empty gas cans." And as I looked, I saw something come towards me, and it looked like a woman in rags with like long teeth and long nails. And I just freaked and jumped back, knocking over all the cans. And when I looked back round, she disappeared.
What was she wearing?
What was she?
What was she wearing?
Does she look like
White rags.
Like this? I'll take one of the rags from the fire pit.
I'm sorry, going to do what, Gio?
One of the rags from the fire pit. I'll show him if I kept one, or I'll describe them.
I don't think that you would have kept them because they were pretty dirty.
I'll say I saw white rags in that burn pit.
I don't know whether it was like pesticides or gasoline, but whoa, I need to get out there.
It's
Robert?
been a long day.
Robert,
The
do
woman
another
that you
spot hidden.
saw. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm not having any luck.
You're a little
the woman-
unnerved. All right. Yeah.
The woman you saw, does she happen to look like, and I point towards the paintings on the wall?
Robert, do a sanity roll.
15. Woohoo! Yes, I'll pass.
Yeah, you are suddenly shaken and a little pale. Even though you passed, you'll take 1 point because the woman in the painting, the wife, definitely looks like, well, aside from the fangs and the teeth.
I'll just whoever's standing next to me, I'll just grab their arm. Oh my God. That's
What?
her. That was the woman I saw.
Claude, with clearly the day is wearing on you, my friend. Come sit down for a minute and collect your breath.
The butler said the wife passed away during childbirth years and years ago.
Rosemary.
I'm just telling you what I saw, okay? And she didn't look like that. She had like all the crazy stuff. But I mean, maybe this place is getting to me. Maybe I don't know. I have a glass of water.
Rosemary will be bringing the treats soon. Why don't we have a quick snack and then maybe we'll talk about walking up the road a bit. Make
Perhaps
our
you
way
need some
back.
sugar in your system there, Professor Brian.
Exactly.
As you guys are, go ahead.
Another sigil on this Bible.
Oh yeah,
here.
you said you found something in the library.
Yes, on the lectern, Jean.
You guys are all
decoded-
in the library at this point.
Yeah. Have a look there.
Yeah, you can see it on the.
Wow.
Prison. We have
I think-
obstacle and prison.
If I see that picture of the sun and moon, I would point out that is ringing some bells and
Right?
say,
Yes. Please go ahead and roll occult or history.
that's a normal.
You recognize it. It's a rather famous woodcut. It's a medieval magician named Abramelin, Abramelin the Mage. Geo, do a spot hidden.
Nope. Big fail.
All right. So yeah, it's definitely Abramelin the Mage. So a medieval, supposedly he he had magical formulas that would lead you to be able to contact angels.
And you said the child killed the mother in childbirth. How about that coffee?
So after a few minutes, Rosemary shows up. You guys get your coffee and your lemon cakes and so forth. They're very nice. And coming around the corner into the library is a man that you now immediately recognize as Augustine Wayland. He steps in and he says, gentlemen, welcome. I've heard of your plight. You seem to be stuck here for a bit. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Augustine Wayland. My daughter and I live here with our housekeeper and Jeremiah and Rosemary. He says, "I'm sorry that you've run out of gasoline. Jeremiah tells me we don't seem to have any, so he's calling right now to have Sam bring some. I'm afraid, though, that Sam won't be able to get here until he closes at 6, and it'll take him a bit of time to get out here. So please feel free to join us this evening. We're having a bit of a celebration, a sort of sending off party for my daughter. She is going to begin a magical ritual called the Abramelin operation.
Oh,
Have you ever heard of it?
we have not.
Yes, I
Pleased
have.
to
No, please.
make your acquaintance.
Also, yes.
Thank you for your hospitality.
He looks over and he points to a book on the shelf. It's a black book, and it's got a gold lettering on its spine, and you can see that it's all written in German. And he says, well, it was written by Abramelin, and it supposedly contains a magical ritual that takes a great deal of time in order to do it. It has prayers, fasting, things that you have to do, things that you're not allowed to eat or drink, and so forth. And I myself attempted it once and failed, but I believe that I failed because it's gone through a number of bad translations over the years. I had a French translation, and they mistranslated the word for 18 months into 6 months. And so I actually finished the ritual almost a year too soon. My daughter, however, is going to now attempt it, and for the next 18 months, she is going to be going through this ritual. And she begins it tonight at midnight. So we won't be able to have much contact with her for the next 18 months, you see. Of course, we'll bring her food, but we won't be able to speak with her, and she'll be sequestered upstairs. We have her rooms prepared, the necessary accoutrement to go with the ritual and so forth. It's quite complicated. We're very interested in religion, and
No.
Evident.
and
Well,
of
what
course,
then-
the one question we all have in our hearts is God real? Is religion actually have any kind of meaning?
Otto, you have a question.
Oh, yeah, to the gym. Do we get a sense of his ethnicity? Is he German?
Oh,
or
he's
French, or just okay, just
Looks like a typical white.
American.
You get a little bit of Bostonian accent there too.
Okay.
Massachusetts.
All right.
What
In
can
f-
we ask? What would be the desired outcome of this ritual and this sequestering herself away for so long?
So once one has completed the ritualistic purification and you're preparing your soul to be in a state of high purity, at the end of that 18 months, you're able to contact your guardian angel, the one who watches down upon you. And like Solomon in the Bible, you can make requests. The angel will teach you how to bind evil spirits. You can completely purify yourself of all evil. Abramelin himself supposedly could fly. He could teleport places. He could do anything under the sun, completely free of any kind of evil or dark influence. Of course, the powers aren't just willy-nilly. One must only exercise the powers in the pursuit of goodness. But yes, it gives you that sort of becoming a living saint on Earth.
And you did this before, and it went poorly because of a mistranslation.
Yes. And it's a lot of time to invest, you understand, in that sort of thing.
When you did this last time, when was it?
A couple of years ago, yes.
Like 3 to 4, or
Something like that, yes. It's a little difficult, to we sort of lose track out here in the woods. We don't do a lot of interacting anymore. I used to be quite the university student, but
what
those
university
days
you
are
go to?
gone. Miskatonic.
Ah, really?
Yeah,
What a
that's
coincidence.
where we're from.
Oh, your professor's from Miskatonic. Oh, he doesn't make that. Let's just say you said that.
Indeed, we are.
Does any of this ever strike you? Must have doubts at times, but to the outside perspective, I'm afraid I must admit some of this seems perhaps a bit silly.
Well, it's something that I think that in his day, when he wrote the text, it was, in fact, his scientific approach to the spiritual that made it so compelling, that makes it so compelling. All you have to do is follow the ritual, and the results should occur. And I was unable simply because the translation I had is bad. That's in fact the bad translation up there. We've got the corrected one
You're
upstairs.
sure this time?
Well, I'm afraid that's not possible.
Mr. Wayland, this translation thing. I noticed up there's a woman. Is that happen to be that was your wife?
Yes, that's my beautiful wife, Evangeline. We were happily married. She was a university student like I was, and unfortunately, she died giving birth to my daughter. My daughter was not I'm afraid I wasn't the best of fathers. I'd expected my wife to do the child rearing, as it was I had to do it, and I had so many academic things. But now that she's gotten older, we've kind of bonded. She has the same interests in the esoteric, the same interests that I had. She also went to Miskatonic. So it's everything has worked itself out.
And when was she a student at Miskatonic University? Perhaps she was in one of our classes.
Oh, I don't know. You can ask her later during the dinner. She's preparing now, but part of the ritual, part of the preparatory ritual, but we will be having dinner probably around 7 or 8. And until then, please make yourselves at home. The garden's quite lovely. And Jeremiah tells me it's not too chilly outside, a little cold, but otherwise it's nice. And so please excuse me. I need to go back upstairs. I just wanted to make sure that everything was okay.
I did have one more question, Mr. Wayland. The last time you did this ritual, I'm sorry I keep bringing it up. You didn't happen to do it with your wife last time, did you?
Oh no, it was he looks. You can roll a psychology roll.
Oh, that's what I was about to do, actually. 19 out of
not bad.
70. So would it matter to spend 5 more to make it
don't do it. You can tell that talking about it is painful to him. But he tells you, he says, in many ways, that was the impetus. You see, my wife died, and we were very much in love. And after that, I just had to know, is there anything after? Is the religion, is our religion, our beliefs, our our devotion to being a good person, does it really mean anything? And so I thought the only scientific means of doing that would be to do the Abramelin operation itself and see if something happened. Unfortunately, I was thwarted by fate and read the more modern translation, which was incorrect. Now, if you'll excuse me, please, I'll see you later at dinner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whelan. Sorry for the
Turns and goes.
Well, gentlemen,
You can see the book up there on the shelf.
Okay.
It seems unlikely that we'll make it to the symposium at this rate, but we may have unexpected opportunity to witness something quite unique in its own right.
And so I'd like to ask the daughter why she feels compelled to contact her guardian spirits. What's going on here that's disturbing her?
It's
I think Professor Brian may have seen the same thing I did. Perhaps that's what is bothering the young girl as well.
Possibly, but you must be very, very bothered by it to turn yourself into a walking philosopher's stone.
Otto, you have a skeptical look on your face.
Well, I just find this whole affair rather queer. I'm not quite sure how to make sense of this. They welcome 5 complete strangers into their house. We're invited to dinner. There's some strange ritual afoot. Odd sigils and statues here and there. Very, very odd.
You don't think we're in danger?
I don't think he was telling us what the Abrahamic ritual it really does.
Well, Professor Brian saw some sort of witch or ghost or some sort. Professor Scarabee was also spooked. There's some sort of burn pit outside with, I don't know, ashes or something. There's some sort of statue at the front window that's warning people away from this location. There's this huge wall outside, trying to keep people out.
Burned religious artifacts as well.
Seems very welcoming with us being here, too.
Yeah. Definitely trying to keep something out. Don't think
ironically, he seems very friendly, like he wants us to be here.
I'm going to have a look at that translation.
Okay. I think we should go outside when we have a chance. Perhaps we could talk a bit more out there.
Robert, you're going to reach up, though, and grab the book?
Yep, I'm going to reach up there and
all right,
get the little ladder across.
So, well, yeah, there's not even a ladder. You reach it. You reach up and you grab the book and pull it down. And this is what the book looks like. And there's information here. We'll say there's like a preface describing what's in the book, just so that this is mostly for your information.
The Book of Abramelin is a 15th century grimoire written by Abraham of Worms, born 1392, died 1458, a Jew from Worms, Germany. The focus of the book is a long and complex ritual known as the Abramelin operation. Named after Abramelin the mage, who taught it to Abraham, it allows magicians to contact their holy guardian angel. There are numerous benefits from knowledge and conversation with one's holy guardian angel. Initially, this allows the magician to summon and bind a myriad of demons so they can no longer have negative influence upon the magician's life. Following this, the magician has the ability to use a number of magic squares in the book, giving them access to a wide range of powers, e.g. premonition, transmogrification, flight, invisibility, conjuration, etc. The text advises these powers are only to be used when there is true need for them. The Book of the Sacred Magic of Abramelin, the Mage, is divided into 3 books. Book 1 is the letter from Abraham to his son Lamech, explaining that the knowledge imparted in this collection will be his inheritance. Abraham then outlines the quest he undertook to obtain the veritable and sacred magic that has been passed down through the ages and ultimately to him by Abramelin the Mage. Book 2 contains a very detailed and complex instructions on how to perform the Aberlin operation. This involves months of prayer and studying of religious texts in precise constructed environment before the magician's holy guardian angel will appear. After this, the magician summons and binds the demons of hell. Book 3 contains a large number of magic squares and explains the powers of each one grants. They can only be used once the magician has communed with their holy guardian angel. Its systematic and scientific-like approach to magic made the book popular with occultists of this period, but it also developed a reputation as being dangerous because it detailed how to bind demons. Some believe that dark forces desired this knowledge to be suppressed, and it, therefore, put owners of the book in danger.
And the book itself is interesting because in the center of it, on the title, is a magic square, but with words. And the words are spelled the same in all the directions, including from top to bottom and bottom to top. How's your Latin? Who would like?
Ooh.
I got some.
I got a little, yeah.
Yeah, likewise.
Definitely.
Not that much, though.
I had like a 13. I don't have that much left to spend on 62 to make it 13.
So those of you who at least know Latin, you find it a little obscure, a little difficult, but this is pretty much what you would get out of it.
Satyr Arepo Tene Opera Rotes means the father holds the plow, the wheel, or something like that. Abrahamic nonsense. They say that the ancient knowledge was passed down by the Egyptians to the Christians. These are old rituals, and I fear the young girl may be being used, perhaps for ill gains for the father.
Now, you said you guys want to go outside?
Yeah, I think we should.
Okay. I think this then is a good point to take a 5-minute break.
Sounds good.
10 minutes later.
So let's get back into this. Now, before you actually leave the library, as you guys are all sitting there contemplating these things, you hear a knock on the door down the hallway, and seconds later, Jeremiah, you see him cross by the door in front, the library door, as he's going to the front door. You hear him go to the front door, and he opens it, and he says, you've arrived. We're so happy that you've arrived. And you hear this young man voice he says, Jeremiah, I'm so glad to see you. It's been a while, hasn't it? He says, well, yes, sir. Please come inside. You're the first of the guests to arrive, although we do seem to have some unexpected guests, some professors from the university, Miskatonic. And he's like, really? And he says, yes, they're in the library. Can I get you something to drink, tea? And he says, that would be nice. Yes. Would you mind if I join them? He says, oh, no, of course, sir, please. Mr. Whalen may be with you later, but, we're getting prepared for the party. He says, all right, thank you. And you can sort of hear the divergent footsteps as coming around the corner is this rather handsome young man. Looks like he's maybe in his mid to late 20s. He's dressed in a very nice brownish sort of suit. And he comes around the corner and he looks at you and he says, you must be the professors from Miskatonic. He says, I'm so surprised that Wayland would have invited you here. I'm so surprised. He said unexpected guests. Lester Goodman, he comes forward and to shake your hand.
Arthur Landon, and it's nice to meet you. I'm afraid we're more here by happenstance than anything.
What happened?
A vehicle broke down. few miles
Oh, your
away.
vehicle broke down. That out there on the road, I guess.
You passed us. I should say, if there's some time before the dinner and the ritual begins, you wouldn't be able to give maybe one of us a ride back to town to the gas station.
Oh, well, I suppose I could do that at the moment. Uh, however, I'm here for the party. Are you staying?
Oh, we have a conference.
Yeah.
Well, we would hate to intrude on such a personal event. He doesn't know us in the slightest.
So you're from Miskatonic. I don't get to Miskatonic much anymore. I'm a Boston man myself.
Hmm.
I have a bookstore.
What
Really?
kind of books do you sell?
Oh, whatever somebody's looking for, occasionally people will be looking for some old rare book. And I have my network, my fingers in a lot of pies, as they say, and I put my feelers out and see if I can find it. In fact, that's how I got to know Wayland. He was looking for an obscure little book. I believe it's the Abramelin operation. And he points at the book that's on the table and he's like, now that's the other one. Has he told you the story of the whole ritual and stuff that he went through?
Well, you told us one he did this previously, and it didn't go very well, it seems.
Apparently he used that text, and he put out his own feelers, seeing if he could find an older version of it, and that's where we sort of fell in together. And I provided a much older copy, something that I had referenced and checked to make sure that it was far more authentic, and some religious artifacts and things that he needed for the operation itself. Unfortunately, I guess it didn't work for him because he did the wrong one.
It seems a rather harsh thing to put young Veronica through, is it not?
Oh, she wants to do it. It's what she's been waiting for.
Did she tell you any of her plans after succeeding at the ritual?
Oh, these religious folks. I'm not particularly religious myself, but people do seem to like those sorts of things.
Oh, same. I love it. The story is very familiar to me, and according to the lore, young Veronica will be slated to summon the very angels from the heavens. It should be quite a show.
The guardian angel, yeah. Supposedly we all have guardian angels. We just aren't good enough to actually be able to speak with them directly. And I guess the ritual's supposed to make you pure and holy and fill you with light. But
does make some mention about binding demons in the book as well, and keeping the forces of darkness at bay.
15th century, didn't they believe that demons kind of ruled the world and made people do bad? The devil made me do it, and so forth. And I suppose it's old magic. There's other texts like it, and he looks around and he's like, there's the Key of Solomon, which that's an old grimoire, with supposedly the magic that Solomon used to bind the demons or the jinn or whatever and get them to construct the temple. He wanted all of the wisdom in the world, and God gave it to him.
So I gather you yourself are a believer in this as well?
No, not really.
Oh, no.
I'm a procurer of old books.
Oh, okay.
If you're looking for something,
you must have done business with Miskatonic. We're always in the business of procuring old texts, especially in the history department. Maybe
I I've dealt a few times with Professor Armitage at the Orne Library in Miskatonic. Yes, I think the last time it was an old Latin text, De Vermis Mysteris, that I sent that direction.
Well, I'll have to keep you in mind. What's the name of your store?
It's the Rundy shop. It's I suppose it should be the Goodman shop, but it was named after Mr. Rundy before I purchased it from him. The Rundy
Very good.
bookstore.
Rundy Bookstore. And you're
It's
based in
on-
Boston, right?
Oh, he says, of course, and he pulls out a business card and he hands it to you.
Ah, thank you very much.
As he does this, he also pulls out a thing and he goes, cigars, you care for a cigar?
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
would love a cigar.
So, are you the only guest, or are we expecting?
Oh, I'm
more
sure
company?
you'll have another 7 or 8 people.
Is there any chance that you knew the late Mrs. August Evangeline?
Oh no, I'm afraid she'd passed away before I got involved. I've only been involved since he realized that he had the wrong book and that he failed.
Of course.
I couldn't help but overhear that you mentioned having not been here for some time, but you have been out this way before, I take it?
Oh yes, yeah, yes. He's occasionally had me out as a guest. As you are sitting there in the room, there is another knock at the door. And once again,
Think of the devil.
Jeremiah walks by. You hear him walk down the turn. He opens up the door and you hear, "Oh, delightful. You've arrived at last." And you hear another young male voice say, "Hey, Jeremiah, it's been a while since I've seen you. Have other people arrived?" He says, "So they're in the library. If you'd like to join them, I'll bring you your usual." He says, "Oh, thank you." And coming around the corner into the library is a man who looks identical to Lester Goodman.
Oh.
And as he comes around, he's like, "Oh," he says, "so quite a few of you are here already. Lester Goodman." And he steps forward to shake your hand.
Jean Le Cook, professor of psychology.
"Oh, you're a professor? A professor of where?"
Mr. Tonic.
Miskatonic. I haven't been to Miskatonic in a while. I run a shop out of Boston, bookstore, rare bookstore.
The Rundy. The Rundy?
"Oh, you've heard of it." And then he looks over and sees the other Lester, and he goes, "My God, Lester, you're here as well. It's been so long." And they sort of come together, and
I think that's
the
a standard roll.
the first Lester, yeah. The first Lester says, "Would you like a cigar?" And he says, "Well, thank you, my favorite brand." Yeah, do a Santa roll.
And you're also
Yeah.
Oh, that's a fail. 97. Yes.
Yep.
51, I make it. I don't know how I'm doing this.
I failed. 79 out of 55.
If you pass, take 1. If you fail, take 2. Now, you guys had already said that you were going to go outside. However, that kind of got interrupted. Do you still want to go outside, or do you?
I think even more.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm like,
I have
All right.
Jesus, Lesters.
I have a very urgent need to get outside.
Well, as the two Lesters are reacquainting themselves, you guys kind of creep around and go outside. Perhaps as you're going, Otto points up to the chandelier, and you all see that the chandelier is not electrically attached, but it is on. You step outside. What do you want to do outside?
Mostly get out of earshot and then start ranting.
Okay, so was there two of them?
They seem to be identical. They have the same name and the same store.
And
Perhaps they're twins. Perhaps.
It's like clones.
What?
But what parents call their twins by the same name?
They're very uncreative parents. I'm just looking for answers, okay?
And dressed identically.
This place gets stranger by the minute.
They greeted each other like...
is there a vehicle out, Thom? Sorry.
Yeah, how many vehicles?
Are they driving the same car?
Does the car have a twin too?
You don't see any vehicles.
Of course. Oh. They could be
Marked over
inhuman
by the garage,
manifestations.
Let's take a turn, gentlemen, and walk the grounds together, and we can discuss as we're looking for cars and other Lesters and strange, bedraggled women. The usual.
How many more Lesters do they expect?
Another 7, apparently.
Another 7, 6.
Do you want to walk towards the barn? Do you want to walk the other way towards the mausoleum? Or do you want to walk towards the well that's in the back?
One vote for well.
Looks like a rustic old well.
I don't want to go near that barn again. I'll go to the well.
Can we circle up and I'll just whisper and say, I think it may be in our best interests to see if we can get a little bit more information from the wait staff. I would volunteer, but if anyone else feels capable of not being detected who would like to assist me, I think the servants' quarters entrance is just around that way.
I don't know. We could expect another Lester. That'd be a pretty big surprise.
I'm not sure it's not in our best interest to leave while we're ahead and start walking. We can take shelter in the car overnight and head back to town in the morning.
I fear they may not want us to leave.
Well, I mean, they're not forcing us to stay. We're coming and going as we like. It seems rather.
I'm curious.
What's worrying me is decoding the message on the Bible, the word imprison. Who exactly are they imprisoning? Just demons?
If you look at the other magic circle, the other magic square, it's all about protection. It's all about containment. Now, what we ran into, are they containing that? If we shelter in the car, are we going to be safe? Are we safe here?
Perhaps we could contact... No, that's insane. The late wife.
I've already been introduced. I have no further need of her company.
She's buried right over there, and I'll point to the mausoleum.
Yeah, we're passing it on the way to the well.
Go say hi.
Let's assume that you're not just standing there talking. Are you walking?
And talking.
Towards the well? Okay.
And as we get closer, we do see that servant's entrance that Geo was talking about.
I will say that I noticed that the area around the mausoleum and the shed were infested with corpse-eating beetles. The wife's corpse would not be enough to attract beetles to live here permanently. They would have devoured them 18 years ago. More recent bodies.
Do a spot hidden, Geo.
That's an extreme.
As you're saying that and you're looking sort of at them and then around, you do notice 2 or 3 of those beetles on the ground. You're able to point them out. They're, to a person who likes bugs, they're kind of beautiful, but to somebody who's not really happy with bugs, they're big, fat, thumb-sized, with big jaws in the front. They eat dead bodies.
Say, I have a close affinity for scarabs. I believe they may be showing us the way.
I think they're
Okay.
showing us how disgusting they are. If this place is infested with them, they may be eating through the structural foundations of the barn, if not the house itself.
Oh no, they don't eat inorganic materials.
Oh.
So there must be a kind of, how can I put this, a good supply of food for them.
And let's say in the burn pit there were no chicken bones.
Were there any bones?
None.
Will they bite us? Or just...
No. Certainly not. I'll pick one up.
Do a luck roll.
And then it bites me.
Take a hit point.
You've got a particularly angry beetle.
That's a fail.
Okay. Yeah, you say that, it pinches you.
Ow! Bastard!
It was your
Flip
theory.
They're perfectly safe. Ow!
It doesn't break the skin, but it definitely didn't want to be picked up at that moment. As you're walking, you're getting close to the well. I'd like you to all do listen rolls.
Not looking good. Nope, fail.
Ooh.
Well,
I got a hard
Fail.
success with spending
Okay.
7.
No, you don't have to spend any extra.
Okay.
So those of you who passed, you suddenly go quiet as you think you hear the sound of crying, like a woman crying. And it seems to be coming from either over by the well or from the well.
I'm gonna good job over.
Is there a bucket attachment to this well?
There is. What did you say, Sean? You're going over to the well?
Yeah, I'm gonna go over to the well and see.
Anybody else?
sure.
Follow. I didn't hear anything, but this is where we were headed.
So Jean and we'll say Jean and Robert and Otto, you get to the well first. You're going to look inside.
I will. I'll take a peek. Hello?
Okay. Jean, as you look forward and down, clinging to the inside wall of the well is this old woman. She is dressed in white sort of rags, which you realize look very much like the wedding clothes that she was in the picture. They're torn and shredded and dirty and filthy. And she's clinging to the inside of it, and she's looking up. And as you look down at her, she bares her fangs. Her mouth almost opens up wider than it's possible, and she starts climbing up towards you very quickly. Do a sanity roll. The other two, Otto and Robert, you're also starting to lean over. You see this as well.
I failed.
Ah. Failed.
I've seen her before. Do you want me to take a sanity check again?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. She's new and improved. Oh, I am mad.
Do a 1d4. You failed.
1.
4.
And Otto?
I failed.
Yeah, 1d4.
Oh, I'm sorry. Last 3.
Okay. So, Robert, you jump back. Your heart's beating fast. Otto, you whoop and you leap back. Jean, you downright scream.
Yeah, I'm just
and move back. Arthur, you can do a sanity roll because it scares the shit out of you when they do it. And Geo, you too, because it's just scares the shit out of you.
Oh, thankfully.
Yeah. If you fail, take 2. If you pass, take 1. You all leap away from the well, and nothing comes up out of the well. But at the same time, right behind you, between you and the house, because you're all facing the well, you can take another sanity roll, because all of a sudden a voice says, "Gentlemen, are you all right?" And August Wayland has come up in that direction, and it just startles you. If you fail, take another 1.
I got a 97.
Yeah,
that would
just
have
take another
previously
1.
been a success. Now it's a fail.
And he's looking at you like, "Are you okay, gentlemen?"
Mr. Wayland,
I tripped.
You look like you've seen a ghost.
Maybe we have.
Are you all right?
Just startled by the infestation of these invasive beetles in your precious garden, sir.
Beetles?
Beetles are the least of our problems. There's a woman in your well.
A what?
A woman in the well? And he walks over to the well, and he leans over and looks down. And as he does, these 2 clawed hands reach up, grab a hold of the sides of his head, and they just yank him into the well. And you hear he just flies over it. You hear this splash, and the splatters of blood come flying out of the well onto the thing. There's bits of arms, legs, intestines that come flopping over. You can all once again do sanity rolls.
When you're right, you're right.
I told him, didn't I? I told him. So I don't know why he's plugging his head over.
I'll pass that one. He didn't mean much to me. I'll pass that one.
Another fail.
Okay, 1 or 2.
Fail.
1 or 2.
48.
And
7 total.
And as you are standing, probably at this point, hugging each other in terror, from behind you comes a voice. "Gentlemen, are you all right?" And Mr. Wayland is standing behind you.
I'll get
the sanity roll.
Oh, goddamn.
I don't think you need to do one, but you guys are definitely shook up. Are you all right, gentlemen?
Mr.
You
Wayland,
look like you've seen a ghost.
What is going on here?
This is like some kind of paradox.
You could say things are not well.
Mr. Wayland, I'm kind of speechless.
Well, I came out to tell you, Jeremiah just told me that he's spoken with Sam, and Sam will be coming out here to bring you 5 gallons of petrol. But he's not going to be here until around 7:30 because of the distance.
I don't think you understand. Your ritual is being interrupted by malignant signs from the cosmos. This will not end well.
I'm not sure I understand. The ritual, we haven't begun it yet. It starts at midnight.
The universe is working against you. We can see the signs. I am a professor of anthropology. You must believe me. If you go through with this ritual tonight, your daughter is in grave danger.
Well, my daughter can handle herself. I'm not so sure about that, but there are definitely risks.
what about these friends of yours? You have 2 Lester Goodmans in your front room?
Oh, the Lesters are here. I didn't see
The
them
Lesters
yet.
are here.
The
Yes.
Lesters.
How are there 2 of the
How
same
many
person?
Lesters are coming?
Are there any more Lesters we should know about?
Well, all of the guests should be arriving shortly.
Are you not
But,
concerned?
the former Mr. Wayland,
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Who did we
We
lose?
lost. We lost Brian.
Otto. We lost Brian, yeah. I was just going to say
Wait for Brian to come back.
the former Mr. Wayland who was ripped to shreds. Is there any evidence of his passing? We said there were limbs and blood and.
Well, don't play right
Yeah.
now. We'll wait for
No,
him
no.
to come back. Yeah, but the
I
answer is
think
going to
Brian
be
got
no.
grabbed
There's
by the
nothing.
thing.
There's no evidence
Beautifully
that
done,
anything
by the way.
happened.
Otto
Beautifully
got
done.
grabbed while we weren't looking.
This is freaking me out.
I love it. This is so good.
That was great.
I'm like stuck in a temporal loop every time.
That's what I was
So-
thinking if we try to leave.
This is probably a good time for a quick rules check because we are seeing the sanities going down. The indefinite insanity is at 1/5 of our.
1/5 from your.
Yeah. So I'm not there yet. And then it's if we take 5 or more in one hit, then we
In one
potentially
hit that you
have
get
to-
an
Yeah.
immediate
Okay.
one.
So
Yeah, I've
Yeah, I
taken
am-
lots of little hits.
I am 3
yeah,
away.
same here. You're 3 away. Yeah,
Three?
I'm 4 away.
Oh my god.
I'm 4 away as well. I'm 4 away from losing my marbles, which is going to be great fun.
Let me look at the weird stuff. I can take it. You guys can hide behind my filter for bullshit.
You should have been a professor for the esoteric arts. Your dramatic way is just like it's almost theatrical. It's great.
He
I've
just
got a
wrote trying to get
45.
back on.
Yeah.
In a cult. I'm about to tell Wayland about the Anunnaki invading his yard.
Going from the planet Serpo, help us all.
There he is.
They've come to get us.
There he is.
Sorry, guys. I don't know
That's
what happened.
okay. Robert, you were going to ask.
Yeah. As I'm talking to Mr. Wayland, I'll look round to see where the former Mr. Wayland was, where you said there were limbs and bits
Right.
and blood and gore. Is there any evidence of that? So I can.
It's not there.
I'm just like.
Don't even say it.
Anybody have a hip flask on them quite urgently? Any in contraband? This is we got Lester's. I don't know, Mr. Whalen. I'm so sorry. We're very unnerved.
Well,
We've
it's
seen
quite
a
all
few
right. Wait,
Um,
I'm actually not in the same spot I was.
It seems we've intruded on your party. We should be going now.
Oh, the party hasn't even started. Please, if you're quite all right, I was just coming out here to check in on you and tell you that. Once again, if there's anything you need, Rosemary's in the kitchen, and he points to the side door where the burn pit is. And he says, otherwise, come back inside, smoke a cigar, have some coffee.
If you don't
Mr.
mind,
Whalen, what's the deal with the Lesters? I mean, they're identical twins. They have the same name. They both run the same bookshop. I don't understand.
Twins?
The
Lester is
the Lesters, yeah.
a fairly new friend of mine. He's the one who helped me procure the better copy of the Abramelin operation, along with some of the things we're using upstairs.
He said that when we had another knock at the door and another one of your guests arrived, who's identical. Does he have a
Identical? What
relative?
do you mean?
Identical, exactly, like twins, like copies, like
The name, the face, the clothes,
Yeah.
even down to his shoes.
Job application.
down to his brand of cigars, sir.
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Have you ever
And
heard
if
of psychic projections and tulpa demons?
Whoops. We all moved again.
I'm so sorry. I don't know what's happening. I don't. It's.
I believe
loose
that
connection?
man.
Well, it's okay. I'm sorry, gentlemen. I really don't know what's going on, what you're talking about, but my time is kind of pressed. I just thought I'd check on my guests.
Oh, I
Mr.
appreciate that.
Mr. Northern, how many guests are in the house at the moment?
Oh, well, I wasn't aware that the Lesters had started arriving.
The Lesters?
Again, now we refer to them as plural again.
I still don't understand what you're saying.
Well,
psychology roll on him.
And anyway, gentlemen, sure.
Oh.
is it possible that we would have a chance to chat with Veronica before things start tonight?
Well, yes, she'll be at dinner.
I got a hard.
Greatly like to attempt to gauge her welfare in this.
Jean,
I'm just trying to gauge. Is he just
It's
like on
a-
a repeat, like on a record? Like he just keeps going right back to the same questions and then same answers and just
yes and no. He seems genuinely confused by what you're saying.
I'm not just
That's true.
asking.
Sorry.
Could you just I'm so sorry, but describe how you met this Lester,
Huh.
because
When I had finished the first attempt at the Abramelin operation, and I realized there was something wrong, I contacted quite a few bookstores around the country, telling them precisely what I was looking for. I didn't get any response until Lester contacted me, and he told me that he had an earlier version in the original German that was more accurate, and that I was welcome to come and take a look. I went to Boston. I saw it. I was quite impressed with the man, and we discussed it. And he told me as well that he could provide me with the lamp and the candle holders and the things that were necessary for as described in the text. And that's where we've sort of become friends. And
So when did you meet the second Lester?
second Lester?
Yeah,
not sure
like
what you
you
mean.
mentioned the Lesters.
Well, I mean, and he looks very confused for a moment, and he says, I was planning on the second attempt, and but I don't think I ever got around to it, and my daughter then became interested. And I'm sorry, I'm quite busy. And he says, but we'll see you at dinner.
Real quick, Mr. Raley, there's a woman in the well. And I'll look and see what he does.
A woman in the well?
Yes, we just saw her. There's a woman in the well. You should go see for yourself.
He walks over to the well and he
Stand
looks
behind
down
someone.
inside, and he says, is it a joke? I don't quite understand. I'm quite busy in preparation.
I want to go over there and peek down as well. So it's empty at this point.
just a turn of phrase.
Yeah, but do a spot hidden for me.
Failed. Well, I'll spend 7, make it a success. 7 luck, so
Okay.
success.
You look in the well, you don't see anything. And as you sort of look up, there's something on the edge of the woods over by the mausoleum, dressed in white, flowy, raggedy clothes that you just sort of catch as it disappears behind the mausoleum.
Well, Mr. Weather, we're sorry to take up all your time. Perhaps you sounds like you need to get back to your guests.
No difficulty at all. And he walks away.
Gentlemen, it has occurred. Perhaps the man of the house is not our adversary, but a victim.
It occurs to me that we're all in a lot of trouble. This is seriously, what do we do? Do we leave? At this point, I would actually consider a proposal to walk back to Haverton.
I'm with Professor Bryant.
The gates of this house are certainly ensorcelled to keep us within. We can try, but I believe the answer will be to pacify Veronica. I believe she, as August stated, can handle herself. No 18-year-old girl I know can handle herself without the assistance of the esoteric.
She's been brainwashed, no doubt. She is likely the greatest victim in all of this, but I'm not sure that, well, frankly, that it's our problem, perhaps.
Either her mother...
I believe this Wayland is out of his mind, and he's in a continuous loop of denial and on a record of repeating on the same segment of questions and answers on like a parrot. So anytime we say something, he continually avoids.
But John, did we witness that, John? Did we witness that? We saw a guy get, well, unless I only saw it myself.
No.
I saw the guy get ripped apart.
Same.
We're sharing hallucinations.
Mass hysteria?
I believe if we've seen mass hysteria, there would be more signs of there's more of us would be running mad. So,
well, you never met my wife.
Mm-hmm.
Gentlemen, if you'll indulge the Beatles, I would like to take a look and see, have the Beatles fed recently? I know it's a long shot.
Well, gentlemen, if no one else saw it, I do believe I saw that white figure over by the mausoleum just a moment ago.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it take the trip to the mausoleum?
So this is the same thing you saw in the well. I have not seen any of this. I thought you were playing a practical joke or something on me that you agreed to back in Arkham, but...
I saw a woman that looked just like the one from the library that was in the well crawling towards us.
The same woman that Professor Bryant saw.
Yeah. Is the spectral remains, whatever you want to call it, in parapsychology, of his wife, who we haven't seen her in the house. Maybe that's because of all the sigils. But there's something. Is she telling us who is the victim? I don't understand. But
do we dare communicate with her? I don't want to have my head and arms ripped off.
I can do it.
There's one thing though. She had a lot of animosity towards Mr. Wayland, so maybe she will not harm us if we can. Because besides a spook that she did to us, we shouldn't be too worried.
Are you guys still standing there? Are you guys going to walk some?
Maybe we're just wandering, just in a little bit in circles between the well and the mausoleum.
That's an interesting hypothesis, John. But she lunged at me in the garage, and
I saw her in the car.
Maybe to get
you saw her in the car.
I saw her in the car.
Are they doing the ritual to keep her at bay, or what? Maybe there's more answers in the library, but we can check that out later, I guess. If we're staying.
Maybe it can't hurt you at all. We saw Wayland get torn apart, but then we saw Wayland. So the first one must not have been real. And if it's not real, then perhaps the ghost of the woman isn't real. And none of that is. And maybe it's simply some phenomena we can't explain, and we have nothing to fear here at all.
Well, there's two Lesters, so maybe there's two Waylands.
Oh, damn.
I bet you with all the religious artifacts that they have in this house that we could find the materials for a seance.
Let's just hold the harvest there for a second, okay? I think there's enough black magic going on in this place. Let's just take it one step at a time there, Gio, okay?
I was planning to use one of these beetles as the placard.
Okay.
It appears he's quite broken.
Like
Look,
y'all's do spot hiddens.
I think the sooner we get out of here, the better. That's my hypothesis.
I'm with you on that one.
That's a crit.
I got a regular success.
Failed.
I think a hard success.
Yeah,
Yeah, hard
so,
success right on the dot.
Critical success.
Nice. 2 crits.
So those of you who passed, you notice a few stray snowflakes that start drifting down from the sky. It is March.
Yeah,
It was overcast. You see a few of them here and there. Those of you who got criticals. The woman in white is now over by the gates that lead out to the road. She's obviously crouching near the edge of the sort of tunnel of trees, but right over by the gate, looking like a growling animal, like a dog, like a Rottweiler, ready to pounce on anything that tries to go through the gates.
Is she looking in our direction or out the gates?
Well, she's acting in a manner like a wild animal. And it's a long way away. You're seeing it's all the way at the other end of the property because you guys are in the back.
We haven't examined the mausoleum yet, but I have a hunch that at each of the important locations to their family, there may be more of those symbols that could provide more clues.
I'm more concerned, frankly, with the fact that I'm beginning to lose faith that our gas is going to arrive at all. I fear we very well may be stranded here and be forced to be some unwilling participants in this ceremony.
You may have a point.
Is it possible we could go through the forest or climb the wall at some other point? And
The wall looked difficult, but not impossible to climb. When we came in, I remember noting that.
as concerned as I am for Veronica's safety in whatever she's about to embark on, I believe that it may be most imperative for us to seek our own safety first and perhaps have the authorities return to sort this out. We are by no means detectives or constables ourselves.
I concur.
Yeah.
Are you still just standing there? Or are you going to walk?
I would start walking towards the mausoleum.
Yeah, maybe Gio's kind of quietly leading us towards the mausoleum.
As we're just like whispering to ourselves what we're going to do.
I'm following a beetle.
So the mausoleum is one of those that you'd have to be pretty wealthy to build this sort of thing. It's circular. It looks, for Americans, it looks very much like the Jefferson Memorial. It's basically a circle with a little dome on the top and little pillars going up. It's nowhere near the size of the Jefferson Memorial. It's maybe 30 feet in diameter. There's a little marble steps. It's all made out of white marble. And as you get closer to it, you can see that there are carvings that have been carved into the sort of a bas-relief that runs around it. And the bas-relief is all angels and the kind of things you'd expect to see on a sort of a grave that's, somebody had money to spend the carving. When you and it's open. So it's like if you go up the little steps, you'll be going under the dome, and then you can look down into it and see what's there. Is anybody going to do that?
Yeah. I'm going to look for those symbols everywhere.
Geo, you go up and you get to the little top ridge looking down. It's a little recessed in the middle. And in the center of it are two white marble sarcophagi, which is where they would put the bodies. And on one of them, it says Evangeline Wayland, and it gives the date of her birth and her death. And right next to it, on the other sarcophagus, it says Augustine Wayland, and gives his birth and his death.
Shit.
Which was about 5 years ago.
We should have went here first. Is it a place where you can walk into, or would you have to like jump down there?
No, it's only like another step down to it.
Okay.
And they're carved once again. It's actually quite beautiful the way everything is carved. There's no sinister monsters or anything carved into it. It's all angels and prayer hands, and there might be maybe there's some biblical things that are carved into it, biblical texts.
Who exactly is alive here? He died 5 years ago. Maybe that's the time when he failed the experiment, when he failed the ritual.
Maybe him and his wife died.
And those hermetic drawings we saw implicate rebirth.
Thom, I'm not sure it's really necessarily an idea role, but this is kind of an idea I had. So with the photo, like, there's a photo of Waylon and his daughter, and then Waylon, his wife.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the one with his daughter, is it possible, like, any, like, remembrances of the photo of the daughter? Is it, like, of the wife, possibly?
No, it's definitely it's a daughter.
Oh, okay.
Because Waylon's older and she's quite young. Everything in the photo in the pictures would indicate that Waylon was younger. When Waylon was married, they were happy together. She had the baby and died, and he raised the child, and then they were both a more modern, I never said whether they were photographs or paintings. They're actually going to be paintings, but
Paintings, okay.
Yeah.
If Jeremiah and Rosemary run this estate day to day, there's no way they haven't been here to see this. So I can only conclude that they're ghosts or are affected by this as well. It's possible Veronica could be alive on this estate somewhere, and perhaps this all just exists to serve her reality, or...
Yeah, she may be a sorceress.
Have we seen or heard any evidence that Veronica's actually here? Footsteps? Voices?
No.
The only one we've yet to meet, and besides these Lester Goodmans.
We were told she is currently upstairs.
Yeah.
Can I just do a spot hidden around the tomb? Any symbols, or also anything that might ring a bell to the way that the columns are structured, that it might be a ritual circle itself?
Sure.
That's a pass.
You don't see any of those symbols around the tomb. And it seems to be exactly what it is. Why don't everybody else do spot hiddens as well?
So all the symbols we found are in the house so far.
Correct.
Critical success.
Good.
Critical success with it.
Fail here.
14. Extreme success.
Extreme success.
So did we get 3 extreme successes?
Wow.
Yeah. I did.
All
Yeah, I
right.
did.
So Geo's looking around the tomb. Arthur, you're kind of noticing these, a couple of those little orange beetles walking around.
Gross.
They're gross, but they're also kind of striking, that bright orange color that's on them. Jean and Otto and Brian, maybe one by one, as you are standing there contemplating all of this. One of you reaches out, grabs the shoulder of the other, and the other one grabs the other one, and you all turn your attention towards the house. There is no smoke coming out of any of the chimneys in the house.
Wasn't there some fires going on at one point?
Fireplaces were all lit.
The lights are on, but there's no electricity. We're stuck in a temporal loop of some kind.
Lights are still on in the windows, though?
Well, it's still late afternoon. You can't really tell, but you think so.
Was there a ladder in the shed we saw, by chance?
There was a ladder in the foyer.
Yeah, that was moved at some point, so.
Well, perhaps they put the fires out, the fireplace.
It's kind of chilly now. You've got a little bit of snow, little tiny drifts of snow. Not
Unless
drifts.
that's a ghost house.
I don't live where there's snow, so I don't know all the snow terminology.
Flurries.
Flurries.
Dusting with snow.
This does confirm one thing for sure, and that help's not coming. Gas isn't coming. There's no call been made or anything like that.
How can you rely on an apparition to call the mechanic? Any ideas? I mean, we could go back to the house and use the phone ourselves if it exists.
I don't believe it'll probably work because if the lighting and stuff is, I'm sure they'll get wireless call from the house. I don't believe that's even around.
And you said there was a guest quarters, right, out back?
It's the servant quarters.
Servant quarters. Well, gentlemen, I'm quite curious about these servants that they have working here. Perhaps we should go over that way and try to poke around, see if
it led to some conclusive evidence of whether Rosemary and Jeremiah exist in the real.
Yeah, are they ghosts as well?
I could do a stealth over there and just sort of sneak in the guest quarters and eavesdrop, maybe.
I think they're preparing for the meal. I doubt they'd.
I would be more interested to catch Veronica before the party. She's preparing for something. She must be incanting her intentions. It's part of the ritual.
I'd be tempted to save your stealthing for getting upstairs. They quite seemed adamant that they didn't want us.
They were watching the ladder up from the foyer inside, but if we could go through the outside and climb up the wall to the cupola, I don't know about.
At that point, you notice Jeremiah comes out of the house. He looks around. He sees where you are, and he immediately turns and starts heading in your direction.
Here we go.
Are we going to call him out?
Just the man we were looking for. We need a ladder.
As he gets closer, he's got a smile on his face. He says, "Gentlemen, we are getting close. If you'd like to come in and clean up, Miss Veronica and Mr. Wayland will be down in a few minutes."
Have more of the guests arrived?
Oh, yes.
Can I ask, sir, how long have you served the family?
Oh, I've been with the Waylands for nigh on 25 years.
You must have been at their wedding.
Yes, I was at their wedding.
And she wore white?
I'm sorry?
She wore white?
Oh, of course.
Were you at their funeral?
I'm sorry. Well, Miss Evangeline, yes. I was there when I wasn't there when she passed. I was there at the funeral, yes.
Would you be
very sad.
Would you be so kind to tell us the date of the wedding? The actual wedding night?
Oh, I'm not sure I remember that.
Even just the month?
Dawn, I'm sorry. I don't remember offhand. It's
I
been a
understand.
number of years.
How near was that
Did
to
they,
the arrival of Veronica?
Well,
Did they-
Veronica is currently in her late teens, early 20s. So it would have had to have been that far back.
Perhaps they had a wedding book kept in the library?
Oh no, not that I've seen.
Hmm.
That might be something personal. I don't. It's a bit confusing trying to remember all of that. My mind is not quite what it used to be. My wife might know better than I, but
there was a picture of her over the fireplace in the
Oh,
library
yes.
of her
Yes.
by herself at an older age. Would that imply that there were some years that passed between the wedding and that picture?
Oh, yes, I believe so. Yes, they were married quite happily for a while before they had
the birth.
Before the birth, yes. And I mean, other than that, I don't really know exactly what I can answer for you. But gentlemen, if you're ready,
would you indulge me? I'll tell him the date that it was written on the wife's death date, and ask him if that date rings any bells.
Oh yes, that's the correct date. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's written on the grave there, on the sarcophagus.
Okay.
It is quite chilly out, I suppose.
It is. We didn't bring any extra jackets.
Are there any more members of the Whalem family buried here, or just the two?
Oh, no, just the two.
Well, there are two sarcophagi in there.
And he looks at you oddly, and he steps up onto the edge to look down inside. And suddenly, from somewhere, the woman in white comes running out of the woods and leaps at him almost like a wild animal. She grabs him. He looks quite startled and frightened, and she knocks him to the ground and begins tearing his body apart. Blood is going everywhere. But most disturbingly, Jeremiah comes walking around the other side of the mausoleum back towards you. And when you look at Jeremiah, Evangeline and the body are gone. You can all do sanity rolls, but if you lose, you're only going to lose one, because at this point you're getting kind of used to it.
Yeah.
Let's take another one.
I fail. Oh, I'm just treading the edge.
I'm so sane because I've been preparing for this my whole life. It's my favorite stuff.
So, gentlemen, shall we go back to the house?
Yes, I suppose we have very little other options left to us.
No choice.
We've come this far. We hate to.
Dinner's getting cold.
Yeah. So he starts walking back with you. I'd like you all to do a power roll this time.
57.
Success.
Success.
That's not bad.
failed. I'm tempted to. No, let's roll with the fail. Let's see what happens.
I'll spend 3 to go hard.
Extreme success.
I got a hard 20 out of
Okay.
55.
So, Arthur, nothing seems out of the well, the whole situation seems out of the ordinary, but nothing particular seems out of the ordinary. But for the rest of you that passed, as you sort of look around, it's March. There's a little bit of flurries of snow that are slowly coming down. Roses don't bloom this time of year. And as you look over at the roses that were there a few minutes ago, there's nothing but dead branches. You look at the hedges, and the hedges are not as in good repair as you thought they were. They've overgrown. There are weeds, and there is grass, dead grass, everywhere. This garden is not upkept, not for a long
should be
time.
fired.
And then a moment later, it all looks normal again.
While that's happening, could I check my pocket watch and see if there's anything weird happening with the clock?
Sure.
Would you like me to roll something?
Yeah, you don't need to. You look at your clock, and it's approximately 7 p.m. on exactly what you'd expect it to be if time passed normally. And maybe you're a little fortunate and you have a clock that's got a date. I don't know when those were invented, but yeah, the date's correct and everything.
Yeah, pocket watches are his favorite thing. So yeah, I'll show them that we are not experiencing time travel, but this place is. We're going back and forth, so there's evidence that this is not a life-sucking spell on the roses or the staff. It's more like their ghosts are sealed here, and time is fluctuating independent of us.
I don't even know about time fluctuating so much as simply that it's haunted. What are your thoughts, Bob?
Well, I kind of confer with Gio here. What we're seeing is a projection of what it was, and whoever the puppet master behind pulling the strings, we haven't worked that one out yet, but everything appears to be an illusion. We just saw a glimpse. I don't know whether anybody else saw it. The whole garden faded, and it looked like a garden that had been abandoned for a long time. And then it all came back. Like almost like a glitch, it kind of just like when you hold up 2 cards and swap them around, like a conjurer.
So if we go in and there's a fire burning, will it make us actually warm? If we eat dinner, will it actually fill us with sustenance?
Probably. A thought does occur. The book we saw that said Sater erepo tene opera rotus, another translation could be that the father is the one who tends the garden.
But who is the father?
Eden.
Yeah, we're talking about God.
Seems connected. This garden, the book, and the ghosts.
Maybe we are watching a repeat of history where something tragic went wrong, and they're doomed to repeat it and drag anyone who passes these gates down with them.
So, sorry.
But just for full clarity, the ghost of the wife is wearing a wedding dress, but she does not appear to have been murdered on her wedding, and that is a question that I have not yet answered.
She may have been buried in a wedding dress.
Only one reason to do that.
So, Gia, we were offered food and drink, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Now, is there a way to confirm that we actually ate something and drank something, or was that like a part of an illusion?
Cigars. I'll smoke a cigar. Does anyone have a lighter?
Yeah, right here.
We'll smoke a cigar, and if it comes back in an hour, then we should understand that the food is similar and will not sustain us.
So you light up the cigar. It's the cigar that Lester gave you. Yeah, it's got an interesting smell. It smells expensive. But it seems to be a cigar. It lights.
I do have a praise. Could I check it out? See if maybe it's like.
Well, it's an expensive one. You'd expect it to be an expensive one.
Wasn't there a plate of lemon bars in the house? Perhaps we should go count those.
If we have the choice to be freaked out here in the cold or freaked out inside where it's hopefully warmer, let's go in and get warm.
That house will be where the secrets are kept anyway.
All right. So you head on back. Go back through the front door into the hallway. And there are at least 6 more Lesters that have arrived while you were out walking about. There are 4 of them in the library, a few of them in the parlor, a couple of them, one of them's coming out of the bathroom that you saw. And they're all animated, and they're talking friendly with one another and smoking cigars and enjoying themselves. You look over, let's see, either in the parlor or the library at the fireplace. The fireplaces are going. What do you want to do? Geo, do a spot hidden.
Maybe in the house time works correctly.
Actually, you can all do spot hidden.
That is a hard success.
That's a regular success.
Hard success.
Regular success.
Regular success.
So I'll say that Geo notices it first, and then he points at it. You all see it.
Would making an extreme help or no?
No. You notice that there are a number of those carrion beetles on the ground, and they're heading towards, you didn't see it at first, but they're heading towards a small door that's in the side of the staircase. Now the hallway goes down. You're thinking, since Jeremiah and Rosemary keep going in that direction, that would be the kitchen that way, that their quarters would be beyond that, still in that direction. But there's also a staircase there going up to the 2nd floor. You realize that there's a bathroom, there's the niche where the phone is, there's the parlor, there's the library. Directly kind of across and down a little from the library, there's another large opening, and you can see, because there's a few Lesters going in, looks like a big dining room. But there is a small door in the staircase itself, on the side of it, that those beetles seem to be heading towards. Basement.
I would like to stealthily follow the beetles.
Okay. Well, there's no way to stealthily do it because there's Lesters everywhere, but nobody seems to care.
Not the Lesters. Okay.
I'm gonna go to the phone.
Okay. So Geo's going toward following the bugs. Robert, you are going to the phone. Jean, Otto, and Arthur, what are you doing?
I'm finding the lemon bars.
Okay. Otto, you go in, and other than the ones that you ate, the lemon bars are still sitting there.
So it's missing the few that we had grabbed previously.
Yeah.
I'm
Jean and Arthur.
Arthur's
I'm
gonna
look around, and they're not wanting this upstairs at all. I'm like kind of like look around, see if I can kind of try to
wander about.
Yeah.
Okay.
Upstairs.
I'm gonna peek into the dining room, I think.
Okay. In that case, let's see. Arthur, you go and you peek into the dining room. It's beautiful, big, formal dining room. They've definitely got it all set for a formal dinner. Looks like guest of honor, which is either Wayland or Veronica at one end, and the other maybe at the other end. There's room for 15 people, around maybe 15 or 16 people. There's a fireplace, and when you look over at the fireplace, there is a small sculpture on the fireplace that looks like it is a bull.
Oh, I didn't expect that. Oh.
And as are you going to go in?
Yeah, I think I shall. I'm already intrigued as to whether this is going to present another magic square. Sure enough,
There
it's
is the
rearing as
bull.
though it's about to charge. By the looks of it.
And that is
Taurus.
the Camilla of the Ox. Only
What
4
is
letters.
Taurus's alchemical symbol?
Bind.
That is correct.
Yes. Very good.
Bind. Jean, you are heading towards the kitchen as you're going in that direction. Geo, you get to the basement door. It's not locked. Do you want to go inside?
I'll push it open and go inside.
Nobody stops you. It's dark, but there does seem to be a switch on the wall. You flip the switch, the light does come on. Meanwhile, Robert, you go to the phone.
Yep.
You pick up the phone. There does seem to be a dial tone. I don't know when the dial tone came around, but whatever. It does seem to be working. What do you want to do?
I am going to dial 911 and then just put the receiver down on the side.
I don't believe that works yet in 1926, but
It was just 9-1 at the time.
I think what you would do at this time is you call the operator, and you would, which is the 0, and then you would tell her you want the police or you want the.
Okay, we'll try. We'll go with that.
Okay. So you hear it ring. You hit the 0 a couple times, and a voice says, "Operator." A woman's
good
voice.
evening. Could you put me through to the police department, please? Excuse me.
Police department.
Yes, please.
One moment. Police department.
Is it the same voice?
No, it's a different voice. Well, you're not quite sure. Is it the same person?
Hello, is that the Howden police department?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. I'm Professor Robert Bryan of Miskatonic University. Our car is broken down at the Wayland house, and we are in a state of emergency, and we wonder whether you have a patrol car you can come up and give us a hand. There's some trouble at the house.
Yes, of course.
How long do you think you could get an officer out here?
We'll be there after the party.
Thank you very much. If you could bring some gasoline with you, that would be very, very handy.
Sam is bringing the gasoline.
Of course. I forgot. My bad. Thank you very much, officer. I'll see you later.
Bye.
Do you need to put down the phone and probably take another sanity roll? You want me to?
Officer Goodman?
Yeah, take 1 point if you fail.
I'm getting close to the edge here, lads. I'm getting close to the edge. Oh, yes, another failure.
Otto, what did you say you were doing?
I'm just eating
We've got
11 bars.
11
I'm just eating 11 bars at this point.
Okay.
I'm checked out. I'm checked out.
Do a willpower
I'm just
roll.
observing. I'm just observing the absurdity of this all at this point and eating
Do a willpower roll for me, Otto.
willpower. Is that like POW or
Pow.
Okay, POW.
Sorry.
5. That is a success.
So you're looking at the Lesters, you're looking at the room, looking at the fireplace. You realize that you're still a little chilly. You don't think you can feel any heat coming from the fire itself. And then you're not sure that there is any fire, that there hasn't been a fire in that fireplace for years. And whatever it is you're putting in your mouth is not a lemon bar.
No.
It's
The humanity.
It's something that's dirty and dusty, and there's a kind of a snap as you suddenly fall backwards and you realize everything's back the way that it was a minute ago. But the lemon bars are not lemon bars. Or maybe they were lemon bars years ago.
Ah,
You can still sort of taste the dirt
ah.
taste in your mouth. All right, you can do a sanity roll for that. Geo,
Success.
you are okay. You're getting used to the weird stuff. Geo, you follow the bugs as they seem to be processing down the stairs, and the basement is kind of what you'd expect of a basement. It's very dirty, very dusty. There's cobwebs. There's old furniture. There's places where food was stored, but that food is now gone long, long ago. And as you turn the corner, there are 2 dead, desiccated bodies that are in the basement. One of them appears to be female, at least that's your guess, though the face is, like I say, desiccated, almost skeleton at this point. She is sitting on the ground with her back against the wall, and her arms are wrapped around like this, and she is holding a man in her arms, and he seems to have pulled out his own eyes, and they have been dead a long, long time. And from the way they're dressed, you're pretty sure this is Jeremiah and Rosemary.
But I thought I'd
You
find
do a sanity roll. Although you seem like you're expecting. Yeah.
That's a fail.
Okay, just one.
Better to die insane than sad.
John, what were you? Oh, John, you're heading towards the kitchen. Are you just going to go in?
I am.
Jean Lecoq. Interesting. Your name is Lecoq.
Lecoq.
You step into the kitchen, and as you do, you see Rosemary. She has pots boiling on the stove. She has some vegetables that she's chopping. She's got, food laid out that she's preparing. And as you come in, she looks up and she says, Monsieur Lecoq, is there anything you need? Um, I'm just working on making dinner at the moment. Dinner will be served shortly.
Oh no. I was wandering around. What are you
Oh, well,
cooking by
this is the
chance?
kitchen. This is the kitchen. That's the pantry. And you also see there's a door leading out. There's a door leading outside. That's the one that you saw near the burn pit. You see another door, sort of archway, leading into what looks like a lower, probably the connecting room between the house and the servant's house. And is there anything I can do?
No.
Coffee, tea, something to drink?
Um, I think I still have my coffee in the living room. Sorry. Let me find the bathroom.
Okay. The bathroom is down the hall at the other end. Do a POW roll. Sure.
I got 50 out of 55. So a regular
That's
success.
still a pass. So as you're standing there, you hear a noise like a scurrying. And as you turn towards the sound of the scurrying, there is a pot on the stove that you're pretty sure a second ago it had a bubbling soup in it of some sort. But as you turn and you look at it, a large fat rat leaps sort of out of the pot and scurries towards the pantry and disappears. It quite startles you. But you also kind of notice in that moment that the kitchen itself is in disrepair and things start to not make sense. If she's been cooking all day, why is she still chopping vegetables that she hasn't finished chopping vegetables? You look around and the kitchen hasn't been used in years, and there is old, what once was rotting vegetables that are so desiccated they just look like little vegetable corpses here and there. And you look and you see there are a few other rats in the room that are arrogantly staring at you, ready to run if you try to get them. And then suddenly everything goes back to normal. Is everything all right, sir?
Everything's fine. I will go ahead and take my leave.
Okay. You walk back out into the hallway with all the Lesters. Let's see.
There's still 6 of them, right?
Yeah, you're not sure that 2 more haven't joined already since 5 minutes ago. They seem to be coming from somewhere. What do you guys all want to do now? You're very confused.
Lots of
If
confused.
Arthur can find Bob and Jean, he might see Otto trying to hold his insides in, and maybe he hasn't seen Geo come up yet. But I'll say I found another one of the messages, one of the magic squares, and it said bind. So we have obstacle, prison, and bind. Obstacle might be looser to connect to the others, but bind and prison are pretty similar, in a similar vein of thinking. Is there something we can do to control this, or are we the ones being imprisoned here?
A bell rings somewhere. A small bell rings, and everybody suddenly starts to sort of move into that hallway near the stairs before you get to answer the question. And you guys look up, and at the top of the stairs, Wayland is standing there. And next to him is this rather lovely young woman that you've seen a picture of in a painting of the thing. She looks like she's maybe, you'd guess 2021, somewhere around there. She has long blonde hair. She's dressed in a white, sort of looks like plain cotton or linen gown. There's no decorations of any kind. And it looks like she has stuff in her hair, like ashes or something like that. Definitely kind of gray, as if she's put this into her hair. She's standing there, and he's, got her underarm, like a father walking his bride down or a father walking his daughter down the aisle. And he says, gentlemen, we're ready to begin our dinner. If you would like to step into the dining room, I would like to present my daughter, Veronica. Wish her well on her great endeavor this evening. And they start to come down the stairs.
My goodness, she's there.
The Lesters start to file into the dining room. What do you guys want to do?
I'll just whisper to the guys. Guys, I used the phone, and I tried to call through to the police department. And this may not be any surprise to you, but no one's coming to help us. The person on the other end of the phone, the operator, said, "Don't worry. The police will be there after the party, and Sam's coming with the gasoline." And I hadn't told them anything. So we are on our own. Whatever we do.
I'm seeing two different worlds filtering between each other. One of desolate nothingness and then this home.
Do you think it's because they're getting close to the ritual, or do you think it's because we're becoming more in tune with the witchcraft?
I feel like we're falling into this madness.
Could it be that we've been here for so long that we're starting to see through some of it? Maybe some of the veil or magic is just too hard to maintain, that we get occasional glimpses?
Arthur, do us a willpower roll, a power roll.
Power roll? That is a success, a 15, not possibly even a hard.
As thought forms in your mind, as the words come out of your mouth, you suddenly realize that you are standing in a dilapidated old building. There's dust and cobwebs everywhere. And your friends are there. The people are there, but the building itself is in complete disarray. And then it goes back to normal again, back to looking like everything is fine. In the meantime, they've gotten to the bottom of the stairs, and Veronica begins to greet the Lesters, and if any of you want to walk up.
Yeah, I think I'd like to.
Yeah.
Okay. As you step towards her, she smiles at you, and she, gives you sort of her hand for a bit of a handshake, rather very formal. And she says, "My father told me that you were stranded here with us. I'm so glad, though, that others could join us. This is a very happy occasion."
Does her hand feel warm? Is there warmth to it, or?
Do a luck roll.
It's actually a pretty good roll. I got a 35 and luck is 60, so yeah, success.
it feels real enough. But I don't know if it means anything, but you kind of expect women, especially, to have a kind of smell. They usually have perfume. They usually have something that makes them smell very pleasant. You smell absolutely nothing. And she greets you, and then she turns to the next Lester, and she greets him. And oh, so many guests! How wonderful! You've all come to see me out. Robert, she comes up to you and she says, "We're so very happy to have you here. A fortunate event."
Thank you very much, Miss Wayland. Must make a change seeing other faces other than all the Lesters.
Yes, and I'm not going to see anyone else for 18 months. It's going to be quite lonely, but the rewards, will be very great. They've told you about the Abramelin operation.
They have, and if I may be, hopefully I'm not too discourteous, what will be the first thing that you will use your newfound powers on?
Oh, well, I'm not exactly sure. Please, let's go in and have a seat. But she continues talking to you. She says, I've looked in the book. There's quite a few things. One does want to help the poor, right the wrongs of crimes, and so forth. And the powers and abilities, once they've been mastered, we'll be able to do that. I shall write them into the sand with a great wooden wand, as it says in the book, and my angel will answer me and teach me how to do these things.
Fascinating, Miss Wayland.
And she talks to you about this at length. She's like, there's things that you in the preparation, you're doing all of your writing on paper. And in the second part, you're doing everything, writing it in sand, because it's transient. Or she says a lot of things that sound like ritual magic.
So, Miss Wayland, I know that you and your father share a great love for the esoteric arts, and you are hopefully going to succeed where he failed. Did you? I mean, obviously, I know that you sadly never got to meet your mother, but did she share your love, or the love that you now possess? Would she be happy for you that you were about to embark on this great endeavor?
My father tells me she was quite an educated woman, but their love, their relationship was more mundane. It wasn't until after her death that my father became, and she smiles at him and she says, somewhat obsessed with finding out the truth, whether God is real or God exists. And you see, we never get those answers. And by now you've all sort of filed in and begun to sit down. She says, it's once been said that even the angels in heaven never know for sure if God is real. It's something they feel deeply inside themselves. But how does an infinite and eternal God manifest himself in a way that you would be absolutely assured? My father hoped to look upon the face of God, and perhaps that's what I'll ask my guardian angel as well, to finally see for myself the existence of God.
You're uncertain.
I'm sure Miss Wayland.
You're uncertain of the existence of God, yet you seem to have utter conviction in these guardian angels. Each person has a guardian angel. Then
that's what they say.
Why do bad things happen to good people?
Mysteries of the universe. We don't know. but perhaps I'll be able to finally find out.
Maybe it would be better to leave these mysteries unsolved. The simple fact that would seem to dictate that these angels can't possibly be all good. If, like I said, if bad things happen to good people, then...
Well, there are angels and there are also demons. Angels that are creatures of darkness. They hate us and they try to influence us and they try to take over our lives and they bring calamity. But if I learn the way, the Abramelin operation, and I perform it well, and I purify myself, then they will no longer have any kind of hold over me. And I say that in all humility, because pride and arrogance are the root of all that is evil. And at that point, Rosemary begins to come in, and with carts and tureens and stuff like that, she begins to distribute food around the room. Bowls of soup and pieces of bread. And
when I was in the basement, I kind of heard them talking to her before I went upstairs. If I wanted to take the corpses upstairs, could I do that?
They probably don't weigh very much at this point. They are infested with corpse beetles.
That's normal.
It's up to you.
I would like to put the bodies on the dinner table.
Ooh.
And I will confront the woman.
All right.
After kind of being in the back, because I was in the basement, I heard some of the tail end of that, and I put them on the table, and I just look at her.
Okay, well, we'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
So you're in the process of that. Anybody else want to do anything as you're sitting around the table?
I'm pushing the plates of food away.
Yeah, I've lost my appetite.
They'll follow their lead.
I push mine towards Robert and say, "Here, you can have mine."
The Lesters, meanwhile, have begun eating, and they're all chatting. Some of them try to engage you. You've got Wayland and Veronica there, happily willing to answer questions if you have any.
So, Mr. Wayland, all the Lesters, I mean, did they get a group discount? I mean, where did all these guys come from? Are they all from Boston? Are they all owners? Are they co-owners of the same bookshop?
Oh, well, that's quite simple. This is, and he points to the one closest to him, and he says, well, this is Lester, and he's the one who assisted me in procuring the book and the lamp and so forth.
And the candle holders, yeah.
Yes, and this one here, this one's Lester, and he's the one who helped me procure the book and
lamp,
and it seems like maybe kind of like what Gio said. You're not sure if it's a time loop or if he's genuinely not making that connection. He's not repeating himself, but haphazardly sort of saying, as if he just thought the thought, as if the thoughts are original each time he talks about the Lesters, and he thinks that he's telling you something different for each one.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, I was going to go and check out his bookstore if I ever get out of here.
You say that, and as soon as you say that, half of the Lesters at the table go, "Oh, I'll give you my book, my card," and they all hand out their business cards to you, and they're all identical, and they don't seem to notice that they're all handing you
Thank you very much. I'll put those with the others, okay? There you.
So at that moment, Geo comes
Here we go.
around the corner into the room, cradling. Are you doing both bodies or just one, or which one?
A handful of bodies, yeah.
Comes around the corner, cradling these two desiccated corpses. He walks towards the table, and both there's a couple of Lesters in the way, and they look back and they say, kind of like, what's up, sir? What's up, old man? Like this. And Geo, you just sort of lay the bodies on the table, and there is a kind of a thwump when you do it, and you are all in a room that is dilapidated. All of the Lesters have vanished. The bodies are on the table, and both Veronica and Wayland are still sitting there. And Wayland suddenly becomes extremely agitated, and he's like, what's going on? What's happened? And he sort of grabs a hold of Veronica, and she sort of grabs a hold of them. They both suddenly look like they're terrified. What do you do?
I will start chanting Seder Repo Tene Opera Rotes over and over.
They just look at you like, what is going on?
That's fine. I'm interrupting their ritual. I don't care.
What do the rest of you want to do?
Stand up.
Stand up.
Yeah.
Yes, stand up and get.
The two of them look genuinely frightened, not by Geo, but by suddenly seeing the room as it is. They stand up. They're sort of clinging to one another. And she's like, gentlemen, what is happening here? We don't understand where is everybody gone? What is happening? And they seem genuinely frightened.
I'm sorry, but you have to look around you and you have to see this, because this is what is real.
But where has everybody gone? Where is the party? Where is...
I don't think they were ever here. Or if they were, it was a very long time ago.
It's a phantasm.
Well, what do you mean, a phantasm?
An illusion, a fabrication. I saw your grave, Mr. Wayland.
You say that, and Wayland sort of puts his hand like this, and he leans forward. He says, what? My grave?
What can we do to help you? Is there anything we can do to free you from this prison?
What are you telling us? That we're dead?
You're dead. I'm sorry.
And your wife haunts your gardens as a mad spirit. What have you done?
He says, it's all so confusing, but it's starting to make some sense. I attempted the Abermelon operation. I failed, as I told you. I procured the better text, and I attempted it a second time, but I don't remember anything afterwards.
You died on the death date. It is written on your sarcophagus.
If I died, who buried me? And Veronica says, I must have buried you. And she says, and then I attempted, but something happened, and I don't know what. And both of them look at you, and they sort of wander around the table and into the hallway, and they both look up the stairs, holding each other in kind of abject fear. What do you guys want to do?
I'm running up the stairs.
I am
Yeah.
actually gonna be going out the front door. I'm like, I'm tired of this.
I'm out the front. I'm out the front door.
Okay. So who's going up? John and Otto are going towards the front door. Arthur and
Arthur's going to follow Geo up the stairs, but at a bit of a distance. And George, be cautious. You don't know if the floorboards could be rotten.
And
I was
Robert?
actually going to ask permission from, because they told us not to go upstairs. I'm going to say, may we? Your rest may depend on it.
It may. She says, well, obviously, we're not doing the operation now, or whatever's been defiled by all of this. There's not supposed
Thank
to be
you.
dirt or dust.
Thank you. And I'll run after Art.
Okay. You get about halfway up the stairs, and you see Otto and Jean go to the front door. Otto and Jean, you going to go outside?
Yes.
You open up the front door, and there is 6 feet of snow outside, and the snow is coming down like a blizzard. The wind is howling. What do you want to do? It's freezing cold outside.
I'm gonna make my way out to the exit. I'm just like, I'm done.
Okay. Jean, you push into the snow.
If Jean's pushing, I'll follow him.
Okay. You're kind of digging into the snow. I would like you both to do Constitution rolls.
I'm gonna join the Lester Club soon.
So is 100 good or bad?
It's bad.
Made a
Are you sure?
57. Can I spend 5 luck to make a success?
You can, but don't do it.
Can I
Just
spend like
don't
60
waste
all
it.
my luck?
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take the 100. We're at the end of the scenario. I'll take the 100.
Jean, you push into the snow, and snow has a bit of an insulation sort of effect at first. But before you've gotten 3 feet into it, you realize that it's almost impossible to keep pushing. As you push it, you compact it. As you compact it, it gets colder and wet against your skin. Otto, you realize that you will die of hyperthermia, within 5 minutes of trying to get outside. So John, you also feel that as well, that you will never you probably won't get off the porch before you would succumb to hypothermia and freeze to death. This is colder than you've ever felt anything before.
I guess I'll turn back around.
Yeah, probably quite violently, because it's too fucking cold out the door.
I'll do the same then.
All right, so the two of you pull back inside. The others, you see that happen, but you guys are still going up the stairs. All right. So you get to the top of the stairs, and there is a hallway that goes towards the back of the house. And you can see 2 doors on one side and 2 doors on the other, and then a window kind of at the far end. What would you like to do?
I will yell for Mr. Wayland and his daughter to come up as well. And I'll ask them, what are you so scared of up here?
They've gotten to the stairs and they've stopped. And you've told us that we're dead. We don't know. There shouldn't be anything up there but our stuff.
Very good. I'll look to my fellow professor and say, I'll take the right if you want to take the left.
I'll take the first on the left.
Open the doors.
Geo, you open the door on, I'm sorry, you said the right or the left?
Right.
You open the door on the right, and it opens into what is obviously a man's bedroom. You can tell that at one point in time it was well appointed and clean. It's dusty. There's a lot of dirt and cobwebs. But as you look around, you notice a number of things. There is quite a bit of religious items and things in here. There is a large box that seems attached to the wall. When you look at it, you're pretty convinced that it might be an actual Torah from a Jewish synagogue with on the scrolls. There are religious books. There's a bed. There's a desk. There's a number of wardrobes that have clothing and so forth inside. But other than that, it just looks like a man's room. There is, however, what looks like it might be a journal on the table.
I'll pick it up and flip to the last page.
Okay. You flip to the last page, and this is what you find. You'd like to read that for us.
Passages from Augustine Wayland's journal, June 1923, 6 months into the Abramelin operation. It is amazing how the same concept can appear across different religions while at the same time wearing a different face. The Mal-Achim are God's messengers, yes, part of the heavenly hierarchy. They have no physical form, although Maimonides propose that they are metaphorical representations, yes. They are agents of God's will. Their forms are said to be incomprehensible even in the dreams they manifest in different forms. The various branches of Christianity portray angels differently. Catholicism divides them into the 9 choirs, as described them being forever incorporeal, although the seraphim are also described as having 6 wings and many eyes, symbolic of speed and vision. The cherubim are, my dog's barking, sorry. The cherubim are described with 4 faces, having the face of a lion, an ox, a human, and an eagle. The thrones, yes, look like burning wheels within wheels rimmed with eyes, and so forth. Protestantism describes them as genderless and invisible messengers of God's will. If it is required to ensure that God's will is enacted, they can become corporeal. Nowadays, they are usually portrayed as women, although all biblical references give them masculine names. I wonder exactly how I will describe the unequaled beauty of my holy guardian angel when the time comes. I wonder this every day. December 1923, the final journal entry. At midnight tonight, the 18 months will have elapsed in their entirety. Tomorrow, I begin the final stage before my holy guardian angel will appear. The next time I write, I will confirm my success or my failure. I hope for the former. I will finally have confirmation. I will see what Moses and the prophets saw, and I will look upon the face of God. Madman.
On the other side of the hallway, you attempt to open the door. The door handle is not locked, but the door won't open. It's like there's something keeping it closed. Do a spot hidden for me.
Sure. So my ones dice was cocked. 42 is a success. Yes, yeah, regular success. I could make it a hard success with 7.
No, it's not necessary. You kind of look down and you realize that there is some sort of residue all along the bottom of the door. It's kind of brownish in color. It seems to be resin-like or hard, and it is all completely across underneath the door. Do you examine it?
I think I'll bend over and look at it closely, but I don't think I'm going to touch it. Or if I maybe I'll pull a pen out of my pocket and poke it with my pen.
Something about it seems a little familiar. At the same time, it's very odd seeing it where it is, but you suddenly realize the entire door has been sealed closed with beeswax.
Beeswax of all things. Did we see remnants of a nest or... Oh, there's no sign there. Beekeepers or candles.
This doesn't look like it was just randomly poured there. It looks like it was put there purposefully to keep the doors sealed closed.
Yeah, and it would form an actual seal. While it might not be terribly strong, it would block it. It would completely shut it up. I'm not sure if I'm awfully tempted to push it open and see what's inside, but
You go to the next door down.
I think I will go to the next door down first, and I'll call to George. The door on the left there is sealed with beeswax. I think we should investigate the others first.
Beeswax, it's to prevent moisture or something.
Is it possible there's religious significance to it?
The seal of Tutankhamun was sealed in beeswax.
So, Arthur, you get down to the other door, and that door opens, and it seems to open on a woman's bedroom. At the moment, what are Jean, Otto, and Robert doing? Or where are you if you've joined the others?
Well, I was running up just after Art.
Right.
So if I see him try that door and move on, I'll follow along and either follow one of those two into a door, or if there's plenty of doors, I'll pick a door.
No, there's not actually. So, if you look at the other door, it's a bathroom.
Oh, gotcha.
So we'll say you're with Arthur, Jean.
I'd probably go upstairs to see what's going on and tell him there's no escaping here.
So Jean and Otto, you're both coming up the stairs?
Sure.
Okay. So you probably get to the place where Geo is standing first. Arthur, you open up the door. It's a woman's bedroom. Now, it also looks like originally it would have been kept in very, very good order. There is a wardrobe, a desk. There are books on the wall, not covering it, but a number of religious books. You can see that there is a Bible, there's a Quran. There looks like there's some sort of Hindu texts as well. All of them like reading material. There are small squares of paper that are sitting on the desk with nothing in particular, nothing written on them. The wardrobe is open, and you can see there are a number of white robes that are hung there, very similar to the one that Veronica seems to be currently dressed in. At the other end of the room, past the bed, you think you now understand a little bit of what has been going on. The wall has been removed between this bedroom and that bedroom.
Yep.
And they've taken the equivalent of like a 2x4 and placed it on the ground, and it goes across the floor, separating this room from that room. And beyond it, on the floor, the entire floor is sand from wall to wall. In the center of the room is what looks like an altar. It's white, it's covered in white linen, and above it is a beautiful, I don't know if we used to say oriental lamp, It looks like some sort of like a Moroccan lamp. I have a picture. However, the only picture I could find was lit.
Okay, yeah.
So this is what it looks like. But in fact, it is not lit. And that room does not have any windows opening to the outside. They seem to have been sealed closed. And you can see the door over there to that room has got sand up against it, and it has been sealed all the way around with beeswax so that you can't come in that door. You're supposed to come. It's built like a little temple. There also seem to be a couple of candle holders and some other things on the altar in that other room. You can't see, it's a little dark over there. And there's something on the other side of it that you can't quite make out. It's hunched over something. It's on the other side.
Yeah, person shaped?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Well, you can't really see from here, but there is also a journal on the desk in Veronica's room.
I'll have to pick that up and have a look. This could be our last chance of figuring this out.
All right. You pick that up, you dust it off, and this is what you find.
Bob, listen to this. It's Veronica Whalen's journal. Before beginning the Abramelin operation, I have said before I do not believe it was a heart attack. My father was murdered. I'm certain of this, but I need proof. All I have is the text he followed. That must be it. Lester Goodman sold him the book and the lamp. Who is he? Why did he want my father dead? The only way to obtain proof is to follow in my father's footsteps and trap the being that did this to him once it appears again. I'm confident I can hold it here once it is summoned. I know the arts by which I can interrogate it. If it withstands my questioning, at least I will have it imprisoned to show others. The authorities will have to believe me then. I will draw upon the power of Saturn to construct a ward that will hold the spirit. Sigils created from its kamea will mark the 4 cardinal directions and turn the house into a prison it cannot escape. Should the need arise, these may be brought together around the spirit to banish it, akin to tightening a noose around its neck until it has no direction left in which to flee but back to the invisible world from whence it came. Barrier, bind, obstacle, prison. These words will hold the spirit in Saturn's leaden grip. May the faces of the angels that guard the gates of the Garden of Eden guard this house and prevent any evil from leaving. And there's one more entry here. The last entry in it is midnight. 18 months have come to an end. If I fail tomorrow and I follow in my father's footsteps, ultimately to my own grave, I hope that someone may one day read this and succeed in bringing the guilty to justice. May the fruit of any victory the spirit may attain prove to be a Saturnine Chalice indeed. Oh my God. That's the obstacle, the prison, the sigils we found.
That's
you
that's
going
like
to
the
now-
missing key.
We found them all.
You guys have kind of at this point joined Arthur in the room. If any of you want to look on the other side of the altar.
Sure.
As you move over there, you realize that the desiccated corpse of Veronica is on the other side. And what it looks like is that she had a large, maybe 5 foot long, but at first looks like a cane, but in fact it's a circular dowel that's been sharpened to a point, something she described that she would use to write in the sand. But she has propped it against the ground and thrown herself onto it, and it is sort of halfway holding her up. She's died with this, going impaled on this stick.
I'll warn the others, do not look. The girl was forced to murder herself by the demon. We must take those artifacts and bring them to this room. It is sealed behind the beeswax doors.
This point, Veronica and Wayland, they've come upstairs at last, and somewhere in the house, you hear the howling of that thing, that demon, And Veronica and Waylon look back in fear. They seem to be quite in fear of this. And she says, it's all making sense now. Something that we did went wrong. Somehow we've summoned a demon. That's not Evangeline. And we trapped it here. And the only way for us to finally move on, we're trapped here too. And you may all be as well. The only way is to drive that demon back to hell. She says there's, of course, ways to do that are listed in the Key of Solomon, which we have a copy of. It involves drawing a magic circle, pinning the demon to it, and then sending it back to hell.
Which was it then? Was it your hubris and arrogance, Wayland, or was it this Lester Goodman that set this all into motion?
I don't know, but yes, probably my hubris, my foolishness in thinking that I was good enough to look upon the face of God. I've called this all down upon us, and the demon has us, and now we can't escape. They both look upset.
Okay. Gentlemen, we need to get that book, get the wards, and then work out what the hell we're going to do. From what we've seen, that demon seems to go, roam at will. We haven't actually seen it in the house yet.
And Veronica says, and it will violently oppose you. She says, if you can draw the magic circle on the ground, you can bring it there and bind it and then take care of it. But anything else you might do, you certainly don't want to let it out into the world.
Do we need the statue, like the busts and the lectern, the engraved things up here?
She says, all I know is the circle. And she actually looks around the room and she says, oh, I have a copy here as well. And she shows you the Key of Solomon, which she says, now this is for the greater formal ritual, which you would have to do the entire thing. But this is for summoning and for binding. What you want is that part up at the top, the triangle with the circle in the middle of it. And that will bind the demon into its place so that it can't get away. We'll have to draw it on the floor somewhere. There is an area between the main house and the servants' quarters where there's a large slab of cement. We could draw it there. But the demon will be sucked to that spot.
So we better be ready.
And we can recite the spell and it will banish the demon. And then we should all instantly be able to leave. We'll be able to go to heaven or hell or whatever.
Okay.
I'm fairly confident.
Saying that, I realize we've gone over 4 hours. You guys want to take a bio break? All right, let's take a quick bio break, and then we'll come back and finish this thing.
Sounds good. Oh, it's a blast. It's so good.
5 minutes later.
Veronica takes you downstairs. She brings she hands one of you the silver key, the Key of Solomon. That's what it's called. And she shows you have to go down the hall, through the kitchen, which is now dilapidated, through the door at the end, which leads into it is obvious that here was the big house, here was the servants' quarters, and at some point in the past, they connected the two. They laid cement, they put up walls and roof, because it steps down a step onto the cement slab, and then it steps up again into where the servants' quarters are. There are boxes and foodstuffs and things that were once stored here. Of course, they're old and rotten and so forth. But there is a big slab of cement. And Veronica, on the way down, she grabbed some colored chalk, and she hands it to one of you. We'll decide which one. And she shows you that what you're going to need to draw on the ground looks basically like this. It has the name of God, the Tetragrammaton, and the angel Michael in the center. And she says that it's going to act almost like a vacuum cleaner. It is definitely going to pull that demon from wherever it currently is on the property. And she says, but it's not going to want to go. So probably need to arm yourselves. And of course, you've been walking through the house, so there's plenty of pots and pans and knives, and they're all rusty, damaged. But one or two of you is going to have to draw the symbol on the ground, and the other ones are going to have to fight off anything that comes.
Could we? I think as an artist, I think I'm pretty capable of drawing. Jean, you seemed interested in that as well.
Yeah.
Do we need somebody to read the ritual?
Veronica says that she and Wayland will read the ritual. Because it's all in Latin, unless somebody else wants to read the Latin.
I speak Latin.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think we all
you
speak
can
Latin.
you can stand
Okay.
with her, Geo, and
Sure.
yeah, they'll hold the book down so that you all can read.
One question for them, or an idea, is the journal did mention that each symbol corresponded to a cardinal direction. Can we figure out exactly which one goes to which so we don't make sure to put them in the wrong spot?
Well, what you kind of realize is that the statue of Wayland would have been in the south, looking southward out the window. The one that was in the library would have been in the east. The one that was in the dining room was in the west. So there's one still in the north, which you haven't found yet, which would be the lion.
In the north.
Hmm.
The north would, in fact, be the servants' quarters, somewhere in there.
And we know what the solution to it is, so we just have to find it.
We know what all the words were in her diary, so.
Yeah.
All right, so shall we begin summoning?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get a straight razor from that bathroom, I guess.
I'm going to see where I can find myself a big, hefty chair leg, like a club.
Meat cleaver or meat pounder?
That'll do. I'm good with that.
What about like a fireplace poker?
Yes, definitely there's fireplace pokers.
Good pick.
Jean?
There's got to be like a kitchen knife.
There's definitely kitchen knives. They're rusty and old, but they can do damage. All right.
Tetanus.
So there's a moment of hesitation, and then Veronica's like, begin. And Arthur, you begin to draw. At the same time, she and the others begin to chant the Latin, which are basically just prayers. And at the same time, there is suddenly a blood-curdling howl that comes from somewhere in the house, and you hear what sounds like furniture smashing or something definitely moving in this direction with great force and anger. Sounds like a woman's screaming voice. Everybody do a luck roll.
Ooh, I got a 01
80.
20. Yep, I'll make it.
out of 60.
Failed.
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 Who's doing the drawing? Arthur
I'm doing the
and
drawing.
and Jean. All right.
Yeah.
So Arthur and Jean, you managed to complete like 2 of the lines on the triangle. The rest of you, suddenly coming around the corner from part of the house that's farther down, you hear something running very quickly in your direction. You hear things getting knocked over and smashed, and something coming through the kitchen. And just by the end of the turn, you can see that demon thing, that lady in white with her mouth wide open and her fangs and her claws. And she is running, leaping like an animal towards the door. She's about to come through. What would you guys like to do?
I'm getting ready to take a swing, like Babe Ruth.
Okay.
Batter up.
Batter up.
Okay. So I'm going to give you the initiative then. And to save some time, just tell me, just everybody roll their brawl. But Arthur and Jean, you're drawing. So
Yeah.
Extreme success.
Oh, 05.
Yes.
Yes.
There it is.
05, what was it? Yeah, that's critical success.
okay.
I failed.
Okay, so Otto, you swing, and as you swing, you hit her, but her big monster claws. She looks much more like a monster now than she did before. Your bat just sort of snaps when it hits her, and her claw comes out and she knocks you back. But that gives Robert and Geo both the opportunity to hit her full on. So you guys also do brawl. You pass?
Yeah. I passed. The first one was a extreme. Is this a second one?
Yeah, this is the second.
The second one. Okay.
Right.
That's a pass. Regular pass.
Mine's a fail. The first one was a critical. Second one, I got nothing left.
Okay. Why don't you guys roll for damage?
What's a club? Was it 1D?
1d8, actually.
1D8. Woo. 6.
Oh, good. You hit her pretty damn hard. Geo, you also stick her pretty hard. Arthur and Jean do a Constitution roll. Actually, I'm wrong. You're doing an art roll.
Oh, yes. Perfect. Regular success.
Can I spend 30 luck?
You want to spend 30?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Just pass. All right. So you guys managed to get two more parts of the thing done. Otto, Robert, and Geo, I would like you to do Constitution rolls, because while you are fighting with this thing, you're trying to recite the Latin as well.
Ooh,
Nope.
I will spend 32 luck as well. I'll go to 8 luck.
Okay. You managed to keep chanting.
No, I don't. I'm just considering whether I should burn the 28 luck.
And Otto? Oh, Otto got knocked down. Okay.
Yeah.
Evangeline is going to attempt probably to try to kill Otto. Do you want to fight back or dodge?
I'll dodge.
Okay, go ahead and try to dodge.
I failed.
Okay. Actually, she failed too. So she swipes at you with her claw and misses. So let's now. What does Robert and Geo? It'll take you Otto. It'll take you one turn to get back up. Robert and Geo, what do you want to do? Continue brawling?
Yes, go. We've got to buy him some time.
Yeah, they're still drawing, we'll still brawl. That's a regular.
That's a fail, but I'm going to burn 8 points of luck to make it a success.
Okay. Then I would like you to roll damage since you both succeeded.
2.
Come on. 7.
Oh my.
Wow.
You actually you do a kind of army of darkness. You hit her really good. She flies through the air and hits the floor with her head and lands prone face down. And just about the time she does that, Jean and Arthur finish the last bit of the triangle. And Evangeline suddenly is starting to be dragged across the floor towards the circle. And she's trying to use her claws to hold on to the cement. And it's literally digging into the cement and ripping it as it's going. And you can all do something, even Arthur and Jean can roll if you want to, because the chantings now is Arthur and Jean weren't chanting, they were drawing, but now they're free to chant as well. So if you want to attack her one more time, although now she's being dragged towards it.
Try not to let her disturb the chalk if you can.
Do I have time to get up and attack her once?
Sure.
All right, I'll smash her head.
Could I keep chanting and use my occult knowledge instead of brawl to make sure she doesn't escape?
Yes.
I'll spend 15 luck making a success.
Okay.
Regular.
So Otto, you managed to hit her like the equivalent right in the knuckles. And as a result, she lets go and she kind of almost backflips into the center of the circle. And for the moment, it seems like she's almost trapped in a glass bell. Just as the others, including Veronica and Wayland, managed to say the last bit of the prayer in Latin. And there is a rumble, and the ground underneath where the symbol, the circle, is drawn, it almost looks like it opens up like a mouth. And Evangeline, you see her scream, and she suddenly is sucked down into it. And there's a flash of red light that shines up, and everything goes quiet. And Veronica and Wayland are still standing there. They're like, I thought this would be it. I thought that we could leave. Why are we still here?
Do we need to go and get the wards? Do we need to move them?
She's like, what wards? What are you talking about?
The inscribed.
What's behind us here? We're still stuck here.
The statue and the bull.
Destroy them in the burn pit.
I was thinking maybe we could put them around here to keep everything contained, but I don't know whether that's needed now.
The demon's gone.
Yeah.
We should be able to leave.
Can I do an idea check?
Maybe you're not allowed to leave
Or an
now.
occult?
You want to.
Okay.
An idea roll.
Yeah, it's a regular.
The sigils might be keeping everything here, but if you destroy the sigils, the spell is broken.
Would that keep us here? We're mortal.
Do you want to try to leave?
Yeah, let's try to leave.
After
Well, just for the fun of
Wayland,
it, just for the fun of it, when you get to the front door and you open it, it's bricked up.
Ah,
after
You are stuck.
we're
In
stuck.
fact, none of the windows are all bricked up as well.
Wayland and Veronica faced this. They chose to stand with us and face this. I think we should try to free them from this.
We owe them that much. Let's
So
go
what
and
are you
get
gonna
those seagulls.
Otto, bring that fireplace poker over to the front room and let's have a look at the bust.
sure.
All right. So Arthur and Otto, you're going for the bust.
So we're just going to smash it. That's the idea.
John and Robert and Gio, where are you going?
I'll go for the eagle in the library.
Okay. That's a big heavy metal lectern. What are you going to do?
I can give you a hand with it.
You've got a butcher knife or something, don't you?
Yeah, I got a butcher knife.
Okay.
The only one that you don't know where it is the lion.
I'll go look for that.
Okay. Gio, you don't have to roll.
Okay.
Quite surprisingly, of course, you go into what looks like it was once a small dwelling, and on the fireplace above it is a lion made of metal, a little statuette, and it's got the sigil that you're expecting to find. So you're going to destroy that as well?
I'm not going to destroy mine yet, but I do want to go back to the beeswax doors and take that switchblade and start cutting open the door.
You're going to go back upstairs?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Otto and Arthur, you've run to the front room. You swing the poker at the statue, and there is an almighty smash sound as you severely damage it. It crumbles. It doesn't crumble, but it breaks into pieces, and through the center of that sigil, a large crack. The pieces fall to the ground, and as it does, it's like a small earthquake. Everything around you shakes and vibrates for just a second.
Otto, even if that didn't help, I bet it sure felt good.
Jean, you were going for the ox. Did you say?
The eagle.
Oh, the eagle.
The eagle. You go for the eagle. As you take the knife and you carve into where the sigil is and deface it, there is an additional sort of vibration and crashing sound. You can suddenly hear that the bricks that bricked up the house seem to be falling away. Robert, what were you going to do?
I'm going for the ox.
You're going for the ox. Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to take my Louisville slugger and smash the hell out of that.
Okay. As you start to smash it, once it's defaced, there's an even more violent, and you notice that all of the blockage from the windows seems to be falling away, and the snow outside seems to be almost preternaturally melting away from the house. And you guys see Gio go past you, and he starts to go up the stairs, and he's got the statue in his hand. But by this point, the house is beginning to creak and groan under the stress of, as if it was getting ready to fall apart.
Get ready, gentlemen. We need to get out of here.
I'll throw it from the top of the stairs.
Okay, do a luck roll to see if that damages the...
Before I do it, I really want to see what's in that door.
Well, it's the other side.
We saw the other side of it.
Oh, I got it. I thought there
is.
might be a chamber in between them. Okay, luck roll was a success.
Okay. The lion hits the ground. There is suddenly a great goomph, as if You were under a blanket, and the blanket is removed. The house is completely in disrepair. The windows, in fact, had been broken out a long time ago. But it's nighttime outside. It's chilly, but it's not particularly cold. All of the snow seems to have disappeared. And Geo, as you are standing at the top of the stairs, do a listen roll.
Ooh, extreme.
You hear at first a noise. Sounds kind of like, well, it's high-pitched. It's melodic. It sounds like multiple notes being played at the same time, but way at the top scale of like a pipe organ. It's loud. It's getting louder and louder. And as you sort of turn and look down the hallway towards where the bedrooms were, you can see that the light level is growing. Something is getting brighter and brighter at that end. And within a couple of seconds, it's almost blinding. And the level of the sound, you can all hear this now. You've all sort of come out. You're in that hallway with the door behind you and the staircase. And Geo standing up there. You almost have to put your hands over your ears, this vibration, this huge, thunderous organ playing sound. And you all see this brilliant light shining from up at the top of the stairs. Geo, what do you want to do?
I walk into the light immediately.
Oh, you're going to walk towards it. Okay.
I'll stretch my hands.
You all see Geo walking towards the light, and before he goes down the hall, something comes out of the hall, and what it looks like is this. It's almost impossible to look directly at. There is a light that penetrates the mind that you see even with your eyes closed. And there's a voice like mountains crashing, like thunder, like ocean waves. I am released from my prison, my task unfulfilled. Let all who see me tremble before the light of the Supreme God, the center of all things, and the dreamer of creation. Who has released me? Let him come now and receive his reward.
Walking into the light, I say, my name is Giorgio Scarabee. Tell my wife Judy I love her. I'm going to join the great Anunnaki on my home planet. I knew it was real.
You have sought to understand things your whole life. You would now look upon the face of God. The eyes of humankind are blind. They are distracted with things unimportant. There is only one thing that matters. To sing before the face of God. Will you join me? Shall I show you the face of God? The response?
Questioningly, yes.
What is everybody else doing?
Backing out the door real quiet like.
Okay. All of you?
Rushing. Yep. Calling a final farewell to George up the stairs. Good luck, George. May you find what you seek.
All right. So this is how it ends. The four of you go running out of the house. There is an almighty thunderous noise coming from the house. And Gio will get back to you in a moment. There is a flash of light. Are any of you looking back at the house as you're running?
No.
In the Bible, that's a bad.
I'm like
idea,
this.
so, no.
Good luck, Gio.
All right.
Get out of the grounds. Let's get back to the road.
As long as you're not looking back, you hear a great crash, a great boom, a thunderclap. And you get the distinct impression that something, whatever it was, is gone. You run to the gates, which there is nothing. You can see that they're half falling off their hinges. You run down the road to where your car is parked. It's still parked there. And I'm going to assume you're going to get into the car.
Yeah.
You get into the car and realize that it has nearly a full tank of gas.
Oh, God.
And most likely you probably don't go to the conference, but you definitely probably drive away. Geo, as you fall to your knees in front of this thing, it says to you, "Come, child, and I will show you the truth of all things. Behold, the face of God." And there's a huge varoomph as your body is transformed into light, and you and this angel whoosh into the sky, and you can see planets and stars moving aside as you rush towards the center of all things to spend an eternity dancing and singing around Azathoth at the center of the universe, screaming until the end of time. And that's the end of your story. And that's the end of the story.
Excellent.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Very well done.
Amazing.
Our players included Stefan Bishop, Mike McKinn, Dave Schifflate, Brian Ridge, and Dakota Davis, with yours truly as a keeper of arcane lore. Our club is always open to new members. Anyone can join. We have a Discord server where you can chat with other members. You can set up private games. You can learn the finer arts of gameplay and game mastering. We provide audio-only versions of our shows free for you to download from Spotify, Podbean, or iTunes. Support for the show is provided by our patrons who are listed in the closing credits. If you would like to show us your appreciation, please visit our Patreon page listed in the description, or you can use the thanks button just below the screen. Like, share, and subscribe to our channel, and punch the bell icon for updates on our latest shows. And leave us some comments. We enjoy reading them and answer any questions you might have. This is Thom Raley, together with all the members of our gaming club, inviting you to journey with us once again into the darkness for another adventure into the universe of H.P. Lovecraft and the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game. Until next time, good luck, good gaming.